Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome back for more Ace Attorney. When last we left off this convoluted murder case, we had just gotten into the evidence room at the police department where apparently Bruce Goodman was also killed at 5:15 p.m., the exact same day that he was allegedly killed in the underground parking garage at the prosecutor's office. What a mess! Seriously, I have no idea what the heck is going on in here. But it is, of course, Detective Gumshoe. So let's see what we got doing here. Let's check the door for the way out. You do not need an ID card to get out. That's kind of important to note. What would happen if Officer Marshall cut power while we were inside? Interesting thought. Oh, it's you. Hi, Dawning.
No, it's nobody.
Oh, well, fine, then I can ignore you.
Yes, that sounds safe.
How are you this fine evening?
Alright.
Let's hope he remembers we're in here. Yes, let's not get locked in here by Officer Marshall.
We're probably gonna get locked in here at Officer Marshall.
Oh, well, that means that this investigation's gonna go pretty well. That's a car door with handcuffs on it, isn't it?
It might be.
That's appropriate considering what happened to me just today.
Yes, it is.
Anyway, I shall
Look at
investigate
this big
that.
pile of junk in the corner. I don't actually have the script up quite yet.
That looks like a car door. Yeah, I just said that.
Phoenix, how do you know what a car door looks like?
I mean, he would at least know what a car door looks like, even if he doesn't have a car. Like, you didn't see him go
Or
up
a
to...
driver's license. I don't think he knows what a car is.
He does! He knows, because where was the body stashed in this trial? Or in this case? You didn't see him look at...
Something of Edgeworth.
Yeah, well, I know that belongs to Lost-His-Edgeworth, but you didn't see Phoenix look at that and go, "Oh my god, a magic box! With wheels! What is that thing? It's magic and sorcery," I said. No, he knows what a car is. I'm pretty sure, anyway.
Or maybe he's just pretending. Okay, script is...
Anyway. Oof. You'll have to forgive me if it sounds like I'm hiccuping a lot. I'm drinking.
Fine. That seems like something you're still not supposed to be doing, but...
Seltzer!
There's a pair of handcuffs attached to the frame.
Maybe the guy they caught was some kind of escape artist and he got away.
Hey, that's one of those human profiles they use for range testing.
He's been shot square in the forehead.
Better him than us.
I mean, the last time I was in an evidence room, it didn't turn out so well for me, so... Hey, I found Detective Gumshoe's fishing pole.
You sure did.
Some sort of bulky equipment is gathering dust here.
What a sorry-looking fishing pole that is.
Ah, that's my personal pole. I never did get around to using it. Oh, hey, it's also the metal detector. I actually didn't notice that there.
Is.
I just saw... Well, that's the metal detector that I used after I framed Von Karma, isn't it? Wait, I've seen that. Wait, you don't mean to say missiles in that bag, do you? That's cruel.
You would never.
Wait, I've seen that somewhere before. Right, pal, that's the metal detector. The one that led to the solving of the case out in Gourd Lake, remember? Oh, right. Wow, that feels like it was it. It was ages ago, Phoenix. It was ages ago.
It was like, I think 2 months ago. I think it's February now. Yeah.
No, I mean like IRL.
That's also been about 2 months, hasn't it?
I don't know. I didn't stream for like most of April. And, I don't think I've seen this one before. Oh, that's a bug sweeper. I'm sure it'll come in handy in solving some case sooner or later. That cheap-looking box? You can't judge a person or a machine by their cover. You gotta look in their heart. I'll be the first to tell you, most machines don't actually have hearts. Now, I do. But I might be the exception to the rule. Anyway, I'm sure that's not important. But then, if the metal detector and the fishing pole are there, what's in the giant bag? And where did Missile go?
I really hope it's not Missile. I can't prove it.
I mean...
the bug sweeper is not important for this case, but remember it for later.
I have already forgotten that it exists. However, I am intrigued by all these shiny-looking safes. I'm sure that they're perfectly safe. There's something sticking... Oh, hey, I got to the one where there's something sticking out of first. There's something sticking out of this one.
Looks like a shirt. I guess it must be evidence for some case?
I wonder if Detective Gumshoe put this here. There you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of slob. I'm not responsible for the evidence here. That said, I bet that evidence locker was open recently.
How do you know?
If you leave things hanging out like that, the evidence gets dirty or ripped. The guard checks on that kind of stuff and notifies the detective responsible. How many times have I had him breathing down my neck about some silly evidence?
Sounds like Detective Gumshoe leaves evidence hanging out a lot, too.
I bet he doesn't tuck in his shirt under that trench coat either. To be fair, I never tuck my shirt in under my trench coat. If you're gonna talk behind someone's back, don't do it right in front of them, pal. Yeah, don't make fun of Gumshoe! Alright, how about this locker?
This place is stuffed with evidence, stuffed with dreams.
I'm not so sure about the dreams.
It won't open.
Did you really think it would? Hey, pal, our security is high-tech around here. And I assume that's all of the ones, then? Including these two over here.
You got the closed lockers, you got both junk. You didn't examine the door itself, I don't think.
I did examine the door itself. That was before you had the script. Well, it was as you were arriving, I should say.
Yeah, alright. Yeah, you've got everything on the left side.
Oh, right. I can slide. Whoa, now that's interesting. There are some cans of paint up there that surely I can't examine, because why the hell would they let me?
Actually, you can examine the paint cans.
No, not the ones on top of the locker. But I guess I can examine the ones here. So why don't I do that?
What is a saw and paint doing down here?
Since the dawn of time, true art has always been a war against oppression.
True art? I noticed that there's blue and yellow paint here.
Perhaps we're witnessing the birthplace of the Blue Badger. What a miracle. Well, you might say this is my studio. Here, in the evidence room. Well.
Surely there's nothing else noteworthy here.
I'm not seeing anything. Like, they don't let me investigate these signs up here. They don't let me investigate the lights or the paint on top of the lockers. This one's got a funny-looking paint handprint on it, though. Like what you used to do when you were kids. Yeah, like it's finger painting. I mean, we just saw that Detective Gumshoe was doing some painting down here.
Ink cans are red.
Well, if you combine blue and yellow, and you combine the saw, what do you get?
You get chopped up green paint.
No, you get blood because someone cut their hand. Anyway, let's investigate that finger paint. What's this? Ketchup? No, you idiot, it's paint. We've been over this.
It's a little worn, but there's definitely a handprint in here.
Yeah, that's exactly what it looks like. Somebody's right hand. Looks like someone tried to wipe it. Oh, that's a very sloppy job.
It really is. Mr. Wright, what if there are other bloodstains left in the room?
Well, that's a bloodstain right in the room because it's a right hand, so it seems to be a good suggestion. I don't think I'll do it, though, because that's just paint, and I don't think luminol shows paint. Now, there's this police crime scene do not cross tape, which I don't think I should investigate because I feel like that's got nothing to do with what I'm looking at. There is a glove over here, though, which might have something to do with why there's a right print and not a left print. Let's take a look at the glove.
Not the glove here, but only one.
That is, in fact, a left-handed glove. Wouldn't you know it? I was right. Detective Gumshoe, maybe? There you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of absent-minded detective. That's evidence from the case, you know? You mean SL9? It does have a tag on it. Rubber glove added to the court record. Tagged evidence from the SL9 incident. Extremely thin rubber glove. Interesting. Which of Lana's hands was cut?
I think it was her right one.
Interesting. Let's take a look at this rubber glove, which I know I can do using the advanced investigation techniques.
Technology.
Yes, we have technology. That's only available for this one case, and this one case alone. So let's see. SL9-11 tag. The tag says SL-911. I guess this is another piece of evidence from that case.
You know, I never did care for the word tag. It's confusing.
Huh? What's so confusing about that?
You know how so many other words sound like it? Bag, gag, nag, lag, zag.
Well, zag is in fact a word, Phoenix, just not spelled that way. Like zigzag, except that's spelled with a Z, not an X. So that only works as visual humor.
You challenged me.
I am me. What, are we playing a word game now? Alright, now I can rotate. But I don't think that there's anything else to investigate on this.
Nope.
Why is this glove giving me the finger?
Because it's floppy.
Did I tell you about the time...
It doesn't know what it's doing.
Did I tell you about the time that a robot hand gave me the finger?
I don't think you have.
So, I was at a trade show, as I am wont to do on occasion, right? And one of the other
companies... want to do that?
Actually, I especially the local ones, like this one was, it was something that I enjoyed quite a bit. because it's all the benefits of not having to go into the office combined with getting to sleep in my own room at night. But anyway, so I was at this trade show. Plus, there's always alcohol there, so... Anyway, what was I saying? So yeah, one of the other companies there was a, company that generally specializes in grippers. And one of the things that they were showing off, it's not a very practical thing, but they were showing off that they made what was basically a fully articulated hand. And, of course, to show off that it was, in fact, fully articulated, they had to have it, they had to have each finger move up and down independently. Which includes the middle finger.
Yes, it does.
So I had just asked why the hand wasn't giving me the Vulcan salute, and completely and totally coincidentally, that was when it lifted up its middle finger.
Robot hand doesn't like Star Trek.
Evidently not. Anyway, that must have been one massive pool of blood. Never seen anything like it. And in point of fact, that is a much bigger pool of blood than what we found in the prosecution's office. I'm not a professional. What's your opinion, detective? Pale blue blood? Maybe Detective Goodman was actually an alien?
This proves that something really did happen in front of this locker.
I'll make a note of it on the floor plans. Hey, if you didn't want my opinion, you shouldn't have asked. Ah, yes. Pale blue blood. Why the hell not? I assume that's the only place...
There are 3 luminal spots that need to be sprayed. One of them is quite obvious.
I would think that the saw is another.
Nope. The saw does not have a reaction. The last one is back on the other side of the room.
So I take it that at least one other one is here.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, look at that.
There might be a blood stain.
Gee, the hand is actually ketchup, exactly like I thought.
I knew it. This is someone's right handprint.
What? What's the matter, detective? This locker. It's mine.
It's yours?
Please. You have to help me. When they come take me away, promise you'll testify that I wouldn't harm a fly. You'll do that for me, won't you, pals? This is an important clue. I'll jot it down on the floor plans. I'm counting on you guys. Believe me, you can't trust the police. Yeah, that explains how he knows you can't trust the police. Or the prosecutors. Alright, let's see. I sprayed the door already. Oh, maybe it's on the bug detector. No?
I told you the bug detector is not relevant to this case.
Oh, it's on the shirt. Hey, look. A left-hand print. No, I think that's still a right-hand print. That's definitely another right-hand print. Yeah, that's a right hand.
Why am I getting a reaction here?
There's no reason for the murderer to touch this spot if he fled out the door. This just might be something significant. Hey! That's some pretty amazing stuff you got there, pal.
What is it? It's called luminal testing fluid.
Where'd you get your hands on that?
Huh?
I'd like to get some too. I'll just borrow $50 from the chief. He said he'd lend it to anybody who asked. Where do you get this, Emma?
I always buy it by mail order.
Well, I'd better jot this down on the floor plans that Emma gets it from that Emma gets her luminol testing fluid from mail order. All right.
I don't think we have fingerprint powder yet, so there's no fingerprint examining yet, I don't think.
Nope. But I haven't quite finished my examination yet. I did get a little distracted by the ketchup. So.
Yeah.
Surely...
And I don't think we've talked to Gumshoe yet, have we, or did we do that last week?
No, I don't think we did either. I think we basically just got in here and I'm like, it's frickin' midnight, I'm exhaustipated, and I gotta go to sleep. So, let's see. This 2 and this 4 on the floor seem very interesting. I'd say that they seem odd, but they're both even.
But they are even.
Yes. So let's take a look at these even numbers.
Wow! Someone must have broken something big to make all these pieces.
Detective Gumshoe, perhaps? Why do we keep insulting Gumshoe when he's standing right here? There you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of hooligan. That's apparently from The Case.
The case?
The SL9 incident, pal. See the sticker on one of them pieces there? Another piece of SL9 evidence. Take a closer look, or look for other evidence. I don't think that SL9 incident has anything to do with what's going on here. Maybe I should look for other evidence.
I think we should look closer. For the goblin science.
Alright, fine. I wonder what shape these pieces were in before whatever it was broke.
You want to try and put it back together?
Ah, good luck, pal. That's no job for amateurs. Why, I spent a good 3 hours on that before I had to give up.
That's why I always carry around a tube of glue.
Well, this piece looks like the bottom. Let's try putting the rest in place. Whose bottom are we getting to now, Phoenix?
The bottom of one of the most insane pieces of evidence in this case.
An orca.
I said in this case. There's no orca in this case.
What am I doing?
You're putting it together.
Alright, so this is the top. Right? And I actually have to rotate stuff, which is fun.
Yes, it's jigsaw puzzle o'clock. And this isn't even the worst thing you have to do with this evidence.
Good lord. Oh hey, it's my ultra hand. I can
this
combine
is so
everything
far
with
from
everything.
The worst thing you have to do with this evidence.
Huh. Well, none of the pieces will stick. I give up.
Perhaps
I must
you should try rotating.
What do you mean rotating? Rotating doesn't solve
Right.
any problems. See? Didn't solve anything.
Maybe it can be rotated more than 90 degrees. And maybe at a certain position, some of the pieces or one of the pieces might fit.
I see, Detective Gumshoe is smarter than most people. If he gave up after 3 hours, there's no way an idiot like me will get this. What the? Now, how did that happen?
It did.
My Ultra Hand's gone crazy. My Ultra Hand has never done this before. Dawning, I'm scared.
That is unfortunate for you.
Wait a minute. I think this is supposed to be like the top orientation. So what is this supposed to do? Aha! Huh. Well, I don't think that's gonna work. That's too small. I don't think that's gonna work. And that almost looks right. Almost.
Well, then try it.
It didn't work. And that didn't
I
work either.
disagree.
Oh, and I definitely don't know what goes here. This is definitely not going to be an easy fix. Nope. Huh. Well, it's not this. See? See? It's not this either. Well, that's an odd surface to have to match anything to. It's not going to be this. That might work. Nope, that absolutely did not work. I don't know what the hell I was thinking.
Did I mention that this is not the worst thing you have to do with this evidence?
What, this? This is nothing. This is look. This is literally working and trying to put something together that was never meant to be put together to begin with.
Uh-huh.
I mean, this is just
you
wishful
have no
thinking.
idea what you're in for with this thing.
This was absolutely just wishful thinking. I never have any idea what I'm in for with anything. Well, there might be only one piece left, but I certainly don't think that this will work.
Try and stick it in the spot.
Nah, it didn't work.
Uh-huh. Since I knew there was no dialogue during this, I was watching the stream.
Really?
Well, I think we did it, but some of the pieces are missing.
Yeah, I got that far, 2 minutes in myself. The problem is finishing it.
Were some of the pieces stolen?
I bet they were missing to begin with. Still, it doesn't look like the most stable kind of jar. It looks more like, I don't know what it looks like.
I kind of understand how it got broken.
Unstable
Emma?
jar. Unstable jar added to the court record. Jar pieced back together from fragments found at the crime scene. A piece is missing. Okay. And what does examining those numbers do now? If you put these pieces together, it makes a jar.
There are two things that bother me.
Only 2?
One, why are some of the pieces missing? 2, doesn't it seem a little unstable? No wonder it broke.
I'll make sure to remember that next time I make a jar.
Which will be when exactly?
When I go back to being a humble noodleman. Anyway, surely there's nothing else in here worth investigating.
No, of course not. That locker hanging wide open doesn't seem suspicious or interesting at all.
No, it's got a yellow light over it, right? Yellow means perfectly safe and harmless. Is the goblin curious?
The goblin is curious.
Fine. Let's take a look.
Look, this one's open. And there's an indicator tag stuck on it still.
A what?
Is that different from what...
Very different.
Yeah, that's different.
And
the red indicator light above the door is lit.
Well, I think you had it better in yours because it's factually incorrect that it's red, because that is very clearly a yellow light, but okay. That locker is...
I was just reading English.
Oh, I know you were. That locker is coated with Detective Goodman's fingerprint. Detective Goodman's locker. Interesting.
Are you sure it's okay to leave it open like that?
Well, it'd be hard to get it open again if we closed it. Unless we chopped off the hand of the cadaver, which, to be fair... It's empty. They must have taken the contents elsewhere. But yeah, no, that...
I wonder what might have been in that locker.
That pretty clear... Okay, maybe not yellow, maybe orange, but that definitely does not strike me as being red. Like,
No,
red is
it's
the
orange.
check mark.
It's orange. I agree.
Alright, so, I don't think there's much of anything else to do here. Except
you don't
for...
want to talk to the amazing Detective Gumshoe?
I think we actually presented everything to him last time, if memory serves.
Right, but I think... Have we done a talk option?
Think? I'm trying to remember if we did. Because if memory serves, let me present him the King of Prosecutors. Because I think he mentions that he'll tell us some other time why the shield is broken.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I do think we did this last time, so I may need to actually talk to him. So tell me about this boss for... I don't even remember what the hell the boss for a day thing is. Oh, one other quick thing I wanted to run by you, Donnie.
Yes?
Actually, it ties in well to examining the door that I did from in here. First of all, I'm pretty sure what I have to do now is tie Mike Meekins to the murder of Detective Goodman. That way, Lana Skye is off the hook completely. So that's probably my job moving forward. But second of all...
You can't be accusing Mike Meekins. He would never.
First of all, I don't know that. And second of all... It doesn't really matter as long as I get my own client off the hook. Anyway, they did make a point... They did make a point last time of saying that Meekins didn't know who Detective Goodman was. Now...
Exactly.
I mean, but he came in...
Here's the question. Are you actually thinking that Meekins did it, or are you guessing that he's just a suspect for a trial?
Well, no, here's what I'm telling you. Right, I'll get to this. The way that it was described was Meekins came in, Meekins saw someone suspicious that he didn't know on the security cameras in the evidence room, right? So he went in, asked the officer to identify himself, or the detective to identify himself, and instead of, bringing out his ID card, he had a gun pulled on him. Okay? But if it was Goodman, where was his ID card? And why wouldn't he have identified himself as Goodman? Here's the other thing.
So who are you claiming it was if you're claiming it wasn't Goodman?
Well, that's what I'm saying, is I don't think it was Goodman. Because Meekins wouldn't know the difference between Bruce Goodman and a hole in the ground.
You know what? Fair.
I don't know. Well, it's similar to Case 4, where Lost-His-Edgeworth couldn't recognize or tell the difference between Yami Yugi and Robert Hammond.
No, I think it's... Well, no, they're doing the only... You're saying they're doing the only one person could possibly wear this outfit thing again. And they do this a lot. Whether it's happening in this case, I won't confirm, but it will happen in future cases. But it will get old.
I mean, yeah, regardless, I don't think that was actually Goodman. Had to have gotten in... Had to have gotten in somehow using an ID badge. Had to have. How old is Meekins? Oh, 22.
I think he's like early 20s.
Yeah, 22.
Yeah, Yeah, because he's like 30-something in after the Apollo Justice time skip.
So he survives.
He sure does.
Alright, so here's the thing, right? There's 7777777, which is 7 times. Came in at 420. Yep. There's Kilometers Lost-His-Edgeworth came in at 440, and then presumably 4989596 is Meekins. Right? And then we already know we already know 5842189 is Goodman. So Meekins apparently came in, again, I'm guessing that Meekins came in at 450 and then allegedly at 514 when he saw Bruce Goodman come in. Except, hello Luna. Except I'm wondering if Goodman had his ID because Goodman was filing some kind of lost items form.
Well, clearly someone who came in here had Goodman's ID. Correct.
But I don't think it's possible for that to have been Goodman at that point in time because Lost-His-Edgeworth was literally in, he was at the prosecutor's office with the body stuffed in his trunk at 512. So I'm thinking that somebody had Goodman's ID and activated it at activated it at 514 to make it look like the murder happened in here at 514. But in actuality, it happened somewhere around 440. And I mentioned that last time, too, right? Like I said, I'm pretty sure he was actually killed in here. By the way, the blood at the crime scene confirms that, right? Because there's a shit ton of it here, whereas there was not a ton of it in the prosecutor's parking lot. So, again, this leads me to believe that the only viable people to have killed him were Kilometers Lost-His-Edgeworth, and the murder actually happened somewhere around 440 or something, or Mike Meekins at 450.
Or 777 at 420.
Don't be ridiculous. That was 20-some-odd minutes beforehand, and that couldn't possibly be important. Like, that's probably like the guest ID that I have right now.
Can you examine the guest ID, actually? I'm curious what number it has.
I don't think we actually have that.
That's silly.
But that's not an actual piece of evidence. That's something that that Emma is wearing.
That's unfortunate.
I also realized I forgot to do this with the unstable jar, so let's do that now. Okay, hello, Luna.
Hello, Luna.
Well,
are you examining the blood stain?
Well, I thought that those were just chicken pox, but okay.
Hey, look here. It's hard to make out, but there's a dark red stain here.
Looks like chicken pox. We must take this to the doctor.
You think Detective Goodman's blood somehow got on it when he was stabbed?
Not likely. This blood looks like it's been on here for months, maybe longer. The jar was evidently in the SL9 incident. It might be when the blood got on it. Alright, let's rotate, see if there's anything else to investigate. Probably not. Oh, hey, the bottom. Or more accurately, the lack thereof.
It doesn't have a bottom.
That's weird. I always like to get to the bottom of things.
I wonder which side is up.
Gee, I wonder, is it the rather small side that we suspected was the bottom? Or is it actually the large bulbous side that would make sense? Better yet, What's the purpose of a bottomless jar?
At least it doesn't collect dust inside, right?
Huh. Maybe it's not a jar, maybe it's a trophy. But yeah, no, I'm guessing that it's actually supposed to go like this, with the bottom side, with the side that we've suspected as the bottom at the top. Just my thought as an engineer. But who knows? Anyway, I think that's it. I can't examine the broken handle, I can't examine the unbroken handle.
I still don't think we've gone through Detective Gumshoe's talk options.
Well, no, I got sidetracked. Yes, lots of blood. But anyway, I just wanted to, you to know that I was kind of figuring that the guy who Mike Meekins thought was Bruce Goodman wasn't actually Bruce Goodman. Oh, this also would factor in to why and how Goodman's ID was nowhere near the damn car. Thinking of... Well, because somebody planted it there after the murder, right? Because if the ID was used to get into this room at 5:14, but the body was already stuffed and stuffed into Lost-His-Edgeworth's trunk, and that was already at the prosecutor's office by 5:12, then the ID very clearly was not in the body's pocket at the time.
Yes, I suppose not.
So how it ended up
at the... that still leaves the question, who would have been impersonating Bruce Goodman?
There's one thought that I have, and it's ludicrous, but it's a thought.
It is?
Yes.
Who is it?
Officer Marshall.
Oh.
Now hear me out. Because I know this is crazy. But Marshall has general access to this evidence room, or at least is always by it as the security guy. Mm-hmm. Right? So he would be able to know, who's coming in, who's going out, all of that stuff. We learned from Angel Starr that he was very interested in the in bringing back the SL9 incident, and was particularly passionate during that incident and trying to solve the murders in the murder or murders in that case. For some reason or another.
I wonder what that reason might be.
I don't know. But here's the kicker. He was also the one, and I don't know why the hell he was... We still haven't figured out why the hell an officer instead of a detective was assigned to that crime scene. But he was assigned to that scene and could have planted the wallet when nobody else was looking, which explains how they would have, quote-unquote, missed such a vital piece of evidence in the first place. I'm spitballing.
That is a lot of thought.
I'm spitballing. And I think it's ridiculous. But it's a thought. Can you tell
it was several thoughts. But it was, I suppose, only one guess.
Well, regardless, let's talk about this boss for a day thing. I'd like to be the boss for a day.
So, Detective Gumshoe, your boss for the day?
That's right. It's an honor. After all, the murder took place right here in the police department.
But if you're a boss, why are you all alone? Where are your underlings?
They're using yesterday's findings to prepare for tomorrow's trial. In other words, he got kicked out of the investigation again. I'm adamant, though.
Here comes you.
I'm gonna take control of this case and put this case to rest. In my own evidence lockup, pal. What? You have a locker? Yes, we've been over this, Phoenix. He does, in fact, have a locker. It's the one with
I think you're supposed to talk. I think it's written with you talking first in mind.
It's the one with the bloody handprint on it. Well, one of the ones with the bloody handprint on it. It's the one with the visible
bloody handprint
on it. Of course I do. I am a detective, after all. They gave me a locker that only I can open, pal.
Only you can open.
Yes, we know how, because it's coded to your fingerprint. But let's talk about the evidence lockers. This place is more high-tech than you might think. Every locker is fixed so that only one detective can open it. Using their ID card? Well, that's the thing, pal. ID cards can be lost. Why, I'm on my 3rd card since entering the force already.
That sounds like a lot. I don't know, Gumshoe. You have been on the force for quite a while, I believe. At least 4 years?
I don't know. Yeah.
You know a minimum, or I know it's a minimum of 4 years. So
well, I don't know nothing.
Still only one. That's still only about once a year, which is better than I think some people would do.
It could very well be.
And by some people, I mean me. I would lose my card more than once a year.
Well, it's a good thing you don't work for the police, then. Anyway, yeah, but even I can't lose my own right hand. At least that means you're not Link.
Right hand. Oh, you mean your fingerprint?
Exactly, pal. The lock for each locker is coded with the fingerprint, which we knew already because... beep. So the only locker we can open is our... Oh, hey, he's got a picture of a lady in uniform in there. I wonder if that's also the latest Babes in Uniform calendar. Dawning, should we investigate?
That's a girl you'll be meeting in the next game.
I said, Dawning, should we investigate?
I don't think you can.
Damn.
But don't worry, you can see what she looks like better in the next game.
Does she have red hair?
She does not.
Oh well. So the only locker we can open is our own.
Funny, they look like normal lockers.
These are the latest model. There's a trick to the handles, see?
The handle?
On the other side of the handle is a sensor, and if the wrong person touches it...
You get a shock. I'm assuming I just got shocked.
If that's what happened, my hand would be black and smoking every day. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks. Evidence locker added to the court record. Interesting. Only the assigned detective's prints can unlock it. Indicator lamp lights up when it's opened.
Yes, Luna, that is in fact Maggie Bird, but that's not how her name is spelled.
I wouldn't know how her name is spelled.
Maggey.
I don't know who that is.
Byrde.
I still don't know who that is.
It's the girl whose picture Gumshoe had in his locker.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. I should go investigate his locker now.
I don't know that he left it open.
Damn, he didn't. Also, if you were supposed to do this before you examine that bloody handprint, that means Gumshoe opened his frickin' locker and didn't notice the goddamn motherfucking handprint in blood right on it as he was opening it.
Uh-huh.
So I'm pretty sure the way I did this makes more sense. Because at least now he knows about the handprint, and it makes sense that he's not reacting to it. Anyway, tell me about the SL9 incident. Now that was a bloody, violent case. Violent. So it was a murder. Serial killing, actually. Ah, was it Fruit Loops, Cheerios, Frosted Flakes? What cereal was it, Dawning?
Oh, it was a serial killing. He killed all the cereal.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Serial killing. Maybe I don't want to get involved in this after all. But the killer made a mistake, and Mr. Lost-His-Edgeworth built his case around that to nab him.
And this was 2 years ago?
Dad put Mr. Lost-His-Edgeworth right into spotlight, and started the rumor mill. Rumors about forged evidence. Aha! So I don't think the killer actually made a mistake. I'm pretty sure Lost-His-Edgeworth actually forged the evidence for that case. And now, like, if that was the case that put him on the map, he doesn't want people digging too... I figured this out. Okay, he was in fact the murderer. It's clean cut. And it gets and it gets into why Angel Starr is so pissed off at prosecutors. Right? Because this case that she was working very hard on, and that resulted in her getting fired from the force, and Jake Marshall getting demoted, and then, for some reason, abso-frickin-lutely nothing happening to Bruce Goodman for some ungodly reason. Right? But this case, she said was solved with forged evidence. Right? So we know that it was solved with forged evidence. So, you know, obviously, the good detective here doesn't actually know that, but when he says that the killer made a mistake, I'm guessing that Lost-His-Edgeworth forged the evidence to make it look like the killer had screwed up. But in actuality, the killer hadn't screwed up. So Lost-His-Edgeworth started off his career with a fantastic victory putting away a serial killer. And now Angel Starr and Jake Marshall won't let it go. And my guess is the motive is they finally got to Goodman, and on the day of evidence transferal, Goodman was actually trying to reopen the case or re-examine all that evidence, and Edgeworth killed him for it. I told you I might be streaming tonight, Deanne.
Hi, Deanne.
Also, hi.
It's Ace Attorney on Mondays, Tears of the Kingdom on Wednesdays, in theory.
Yes, last week was an exception. I understand your brain is melting. I also understand my brain is not in great shape right now anyway. I kind of needed to do this, and even my wife agreed I needed to do this. But anyway, that's probably the case, right? I think that's what's happening here. Because again, the only other explanation for Lost-His-Edgeworth being involved in this one is that the idiot got into his own car with a body stuffed in the trunk and didn't notice there was a body stuffed in the trunk. That does remind me, after what happened today, I should probably check my own car's trunk. Just about every day. But I am also aware that there are things in that trunk that shouldn't be there half the time. Anyway, I shouldn't say anything that'll incriminate myself. And Deanne, that's kind of sort of what I'm thinking is, I mean, if there's going to be a body in my trunk that I don't already know about, it would be after what happened to my car today, yes. I suppose for reference for those who I haven't told about this yet, my car was broken into last night. I'm pretty sure they tried to steal the actual car and failed miserably when they couldn't hotwire it, but that was a hell of a thing.
Newer most cars newer than like 2000 are incredibly complicated, if not impossible, to hotwire.
Yes, well, regardless, and even my car is newer than 2000. But I do check my trunk fairly often. I also put groceries and stuff in there. So, you know, again, It's the only logical explanation. Either he was in on it, or he's a complete and total moron. Well, maybe he is a complete and total moron. I don't know. Regardless, that's my working theory for the murder of good. I just still haven't figured out why Lana Skye would be covering for Lost-His-Edgeworth. Unless she was also maybe involved in the forgery. Or maybe she just doesn't want it to come to light that her office was, I mean, when did she become chief prosecutor?
I think it's been about a year.
Okay,
yeah,
so
it was at about a year, I think. Maybe...
So 2 years ago she wouldn't care about.
No, 2 years ago would have been before she was
then
chief prosecutor.
I don't know. I'm confused. See, that's the one piece of the puzzle that still doesn't fit, is why she's covering for whoever did the murder. And why she showed up and stabbed the guy again. Anyway, rumors about forged evidence. It was supposed to be all cleaned up with the transferal the other day. It was the last job he ever did. Detective Goodman, that is. Not Kilometers Lost-His-Edgeworth. I know you want him to get his ass fired, but that's probably not going to happen unless you can convict him of murder.
But you can't.
What do you mean I can't? I've clearly showed how he's guilty.
Huh? What do you mean?
Do I have to explain this to you all over again?
No, I'm reading Emma's line.
I know. Detective Goodman was the detective in charge of DSL-9 Incident C, which we knew already from Angel Star.
Oh, so that switchblade knife.
The victim took the knife out of the evidence lock. Oh, wait, that's not Gumshoe, that's Phoenix. The victim took the knife out of the evidence locker himself? Well, I guess I can't talk to him about anything else. Alright, fine. I'll talk to him about Lost-His-Edgeworth. Happy now?
Well, if you want to accuse Edgeworth, you have to progress the plot to get you back to trial.
I suppose that's fair. I'll always believe in Mr. Lost-His-Edgeworth, no matter what happens. Well, Gumshoe, this is one place where you and I are gonna beg to differ.
Oh, Mr. Edgeworth is with the inquiry committee now, right?
They're trying to figure out who's responsible for the mess up in court today. I see. I guess this is what you call, fate. Mr. Lost-His-Edgeworth just can't get away from that case. That case? Yeah, we've been over this. Yeah, that case. The SL9 incident, of course. That was the beginning of the end.
Almost like the talk options are written to be done in the order they show up.
Well, that doesn't make any sense. That was the beginning of the end for Mr. Lost-His-Edgeworth. Yes, it was, because it will result in his conviction of murder and death. Huzzah. Maybe we can get him to tell us more about... We already did. Hey, Belle, look at the time. Was there something you needed to be going to? Oh, it's just...
I don't remember. That was... You just finally did all the things necessary to progress the plot here.
Yes. It's just that Mr. Lost-His-Edgeworth's inquiry committee should be letting out soon. I'm gonna... wait, what? Why does his report look like a restaurant menu? Dawning, explain.
I didn't know that they had that restaurant flyer in here.
Wait, what restaurant is that? Okay, no, that's not a menu, that is a flyer, but that's not a report.
Yes, Luna, it is Travian.
I'm
Yep.
so confused.
That is a Game 3 flyer.
Okay.
They are writing the fact that this was made after the rest of the trilogy all over this page.
Apparently so. I'm gonna go give them my report for the day. It might help, you know.
You mean the note written on the back of that flyer?
Why did he write it there? The one that says that says nothing but no problems? Really, Gumshoe? Really? So his report for the day is a note that says no problems on the back of a restaurant flyer. And he thinks it's actually going to help.
Well, he tries.
Hey, it's Mr. Lost-His-Edgeworth we're talking about. I'm sure he can use a report like this. I believe in it. Who needs enemies when you've got friends like Detective Gumshoe? I'm off, pal. Later.
Trying his best.
Oh,
Okay, you
good.
can re-examine everything almost technically, but there is almost nothing gained.
Well, yes, because we're now examining it without Gumshoe's commentary.
Yeah, that's the only real difference.
Look what the game is telling me to do.
It wants you to see what Edgeworth has to say.
And yes, Luna, I know that Gumshoe doesn't exactly have a ton of money. I think his yearly bonus was what, 20 bucks or 25 bucks or something like that? Like we found out earlier in this case.
I
All right.
don't remember, but the answer is not enough.
So let's examine everything that we can examine again. Looks like a piece of white cloth is sticking out. It might be a shirt or something.
You better tidy it up or it'll get wrinkled.
Hey, don't look at me. I didn't leave it hanging out like that. It's not my responsibility. Whose locker is this? That I would like to know. I get a
The
feeling
one
we'll
with the white
find out.
cloth and the invisible handprint?
Yes. I feel like
I'm
that's
sure the person
significant.
it belongs to won't be important in any way, shape, or form.
That's got to be Lost-His-Edgeworth's locker.
I didn't know that Edgeworth has a locker.
Well, then why else would he have access to this room if he doesn't have a locker?
I'm pretty sure it's detectives that have lockers.
You
I
can't
could
fool
be
me. There aren't
wrong.
this many detectives.
Or, no, not detectives, just officers in general.
No. Detectives and prosecutors, probably. Guest keycard. No, Gumshoe can actually. No, Lost-His-Edgeworth actually has his own ID. We know this as a fact, right? It is
Yes,
in
Gumshoe confirmed that.
our evidence, right? It's he has his own ID, right? It's 8730579. So Lost-His-Edgeworth has a specific ID that gets him into this room. So that's his locker. Anyway, let's examine Gumshoe's fishing pole and the metal detector again.
Pile of junk lies battered, worn, and forsaken.
Aren't you being a little dramatic? Looks like a fishing pole and a metal detector. Not sure what this one is.
They cast a withering gaze in our direction that screams, "Dust me."
Can't junk just be plain old junk? Boy, Emma really is excitable. She's a very excitable little goblin. Let's see. I can examine the paint in the saw again.
There's blue and yellow paint here. This is all I'd need to paint a portrait of you, Mr. Wright.
I am wearing a red necktie, you know. And I can't examine the bloody locker again. I can examine Goodman's locker again.
Detective Goodman's evidence locker. It's empty.
Only Detective Goodman himself can open this locker, or somebody else who had his hand.
So, the person who took out this knife had to have been Detective Goodman.
But why was it wrapped in the scarf muffler and stuck inside the car muffler? And yes, the blue and yellow painted something we all know and love, the Blue Badger. We've been over this when Detective Gumshoe was in here. But now I'm re-examining everything that I can examine without Gumshoe being here, which is also apparently this left glove. Or the crime scene tape, which was not checkable before?
That yellow crime scene tape. You know, yesterday was my first time seeing that. It's always been my dream to push through the crowd and just step over the tape. It's a little daunting to encounter it again so soon.
I think maybe you're overreacting a little. Anything else? Don't think so.
If I tell you that Superman happens to also be in Edgeworth's office, will it make you more inclined to go?
Why is the
Note
Bellboy
that I'm
there?
not claiming that Edgeworth is Superman.
No, I
Just
know.
that Superman is visiting his office.
Why is the Bellboy there? And will he bring me tea?
I don't remember, and I think he does have tea on hand. Probably.
Fine, let's go to the guard station. Let's present him... Because I still don't know what his ID number is. So... Okay. Does he not...
Neither wild nor west here. Shut up, Emma. It's California.
Alright, but I do have some new evidence that I can present him with. I can present him with the rubber glove.
I don't think any of it will do anything.
Nope. The vase. Nope. Look, I had to try. How about Goodman's locker? No, nothing. Darn. Fine, let me move to the police department entrance. And let's examine my favorite...
moving through this case is hell.
Hey, look! It's the Blue Badger. I'm sure nothing... What is that in the Blue Badger's hand? So it's got the little flag in one, and it's got a red something or another in the other.
I think it's like meant to be a police baton or whatever.
Oh yeah, that is a police baton.
Interesting handprint he has on his face. I wonder if that will ever be important.
Hey, that's a left-hand print.
It is.
Contrast to the two right-hand prints that I've got. Alright, so the Wright & Co. law offices, the underground parking lot, criminal affairs department. Well, I'm not going back to the guard station. Underground parking lot.
Path to Superman is through the underground parking lot.
Hey, it's my favorite lady with the jelly donut on her head. Anything new I can talk to you about? No.
Nope.
Anything new I can examine?
Nope.
Only because it won't let me examine Angel Star.
If only.
Alright. Wright and Co. law offices, the detention center, police department, or the prospector's office. I don't need a prospector. I'm guessing I'll
But
find
that's where
Lost-His...
Superman is.
You said that I need to go find Lost-His-Edgeworth. I'm guessing he's back in jail.
Superman is in Edgeworth's office. You want to talk to Superman, right?
Okay. Hi, prosecutor's office, room 1202. Oh, why is he here?
I don't know. I don't think it's ever explained.
I thought for sure you were joking.
No need to lie when this game is this insane.
This is bullshit. I don't understand why the bellboy from the Gatewater Hotel is here. Because that's what he is. Right? He's not a bellboy anywhere else. He's got no reason to come here unless he's witnessed another crime.
You know, I feel like every time I say something about the game, you assume I'm making shit up, and then you are shocked when you find out, no, that actually just happens.
Well, I mean,
One of these days
logical...
I'm gonna have to actually lie just to as to throw you off.
What logical reason is there for this guy to actually be here?
I don't know.
I also don't think I had a specific voice for this guy.
I think you did. I don't remember what it was.
Well, I never thought that I'd actually have to voice him again, so... Could be like a Lost-His-Edgeworth butler. But he's not a butler. He's specifically a bellboy at a specific hotel. He's not someone you can just hire to come and be your butler. I don't know. Guests, my apologies. Oh, it's you. Have we met somewhere? Huh? Mr. Lost-His-Edgeworth, I beg your leave. So long. What? Wait, what? What? What the fuck was that all about?
Superman. That's all he does, but hey, he was here.
What the fuck? What was the point of that?
I don't know.
You don't need him to pad out time in this case, which is already stupidly long to begin with, Luna. Oh, I figured it out.
He does find something, but not until the epilogue when the case is already solved.
I figured out why he's here.
Why?
Because he actually is Superman, and he's investigating this crime. And he also suspects Lost-His-Edgeworth. Okay, that answers everything. The game has just confirmed that the bellboy really is Superman. Is Lost-His-Edgeworth really here?
There, standing by the window, a teacup in his hand.
Jackass. I can't see it, so it must not be true.
But what you can see is his steel samurai statue.
Oh god, he was here, wasn't he? Ow! It's this jackass again. Right. He has the hotel bring him tea service?
Sure, that's an explanation. Mr. Edgeworth, you're back from the district prosecutor's office inquiry?
I am. By the way, Detective Gumshoe is looking for you. Yes. He brought me the latest information, it seems.
Really? Was it helpful?
Apparently, a new French restaurant is opening near here. I didn't actually need to know this, but I suppose it is some useful information.
No, you're not going to be here for that case.
I think he was trying to console me somehow. The real info is on the other side, Lost-His-Edgeworth. Once again, you are proving that you can't flip over a fucking piece of paper.
Poor Mr. Edgeworth. I think this whole thing is really taking a toll on him.
Also, I have another question.
Yes.
Why does he have the hotel bring him tea service when he's already got tea service in his room or in his office?
I don't know.
No, literally the only explanation is that the bellboy really is Superman and is investigating the crime. Anyway, forget about you. I'm going to go examine everything again because now that I suspect that you're a murderer, I will try to find clues. Like this pretentious looking uniform you have hanging on the wall.
Oh, this jacket is even lacier than its usual ones. Make note of the fact that, because the examined stuff is not on my script, I am going to have to read from your screen.
Okay, so it's all reused? That's what you're telling me?
Probably. This must be his lucky travel jacket.
Lucky jacket,
Lucky,
right.
you say.
I've never seen him wear it.
Surely nothing strange or peculiar happened the last time he wore it.
Must have been 2 years ago when he got his first big case and framed as evidence. Oh!
That's not what I was referring to, but actually I don't know when it's confirmed that he stops wearing it, so...
I need to make sure, or I need to take that and have it... I need to scan that with luminol. I bet you it's got blood on it.
I'm sure there's a story behind why it's in a frame. Maybe I'll be naughty and take a picture.
I don't think she did that last time. She's getting way too excited about this. Alright, I want to investigate that and see if there's any blood in here, so let me luminol that. Damn, nothing. Maybe on the couch? No. Not on the desk. Not on the tea set.
Maybe the Steel Samurai did the murder.
I'm checking.
The Steel Samurai did not do the murder.
I thought maybe the tea set, because that would explain the only reason why he'd need to order tea when he's got perfectly functioning tea in this office, but... Man, this really is a never-ending bottle. Wait a minute!
Whatever reaction you think you got, you did not get. No, never mind, there is a reaction in here.
Oh! Let me just check.
That dialogue is not on my script either.
Really? Why the hell not? Because that's definitely
I don't know.
Maybe because they don't think anyone would actually be scanning this office for blood this early. I'm just that bloodthirsty to get him. Well, 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 lost his
Now I have
Edgeworth.
to see if I can find this.
What the hell have you been hiding? You goddamn jackass, I've got you now. Go ahead.
It's not on this section of... It's not in this portion of the script at all, huh?
So I must be that early.
It looks like some blood has dripped down here.
Judging by the amount, my guess it's from a... No, Phoenix! You just don't want to believe that Lost-His-Edgeworth committed murder. Or someone punched him in the nose. I would.
A nosebleed, Maybe in his wrath, Mr. Edgeworth slapped someone for their incompetence.
Why does Detective Gumshoe's face come to mind? That's mean! Anyway, what do you have to say about that blood, Mr. Lost-His-Edgeworth? You're a murderer! I believe I was in the process of examining. Let's examine the chessboard. Surely nothing interesting is happening on here.
Hey, a chessboard!
I'm not too up on my chess, but it looks like Blue's in a bit of a tight spot.
Yes. Yes, you are, Blue. The Red Knights have surrounded... What is the only blue piece on the board, the pawn? That's not how chess works.
See? Well, it might also be because someone's been eating Lost-His-Edgeworth's chess pieces, but who would that be? Huh?
Huh. Those horses are mounted knights. Their swords have really sharp edges.
Gee, I wonder who that's a metaphor for.
Check out this poor pawn. His head is kind of spiky. Kinda reminds me of you. Mr.
Jackass.
Edgeworth must be an avid chess player. What's wrong, Mr. Wright?
Edges surrounding a pawn with spiky hair. That guy's a complete and total jackass. And I knew it. This is why I have eaten his pieces, so that I still technically win. Alright, what else? Let's investigate the Steel Samurai.
Of course, because Edgeworth is the biggest Steel Samurai fan.
Mm-hmm.
My, what an amazing bouquet!
No kidding. Hey, there's a card on it. Back from the dead, Wendy! Wendy, I've heard that name somewhere before.
Yeah, isn't she like the girl from Peter Pan?
I mean, that too, but...
And here beside it, a giant Steel Samurai! Wow, I want one.
Huh, there's something written on the bottom of his foot. Between a rock and a hard place. Windy!
Wendy? Is she Mr. Edgeworth's fiance?
Yes, his fiancée is an
No.
old bag.
No, he could never get engaged.
I don't think so, but probably. She certainly wishes he was. Alright, let's check out this pompous twit's desk. A work desk. It's quite tidy, as one might expect.
What a nice desk! Easy to use and easy on the eyes. Oh, it's so high I can see my own reflection.
Hey, look, Gumshoe did it. Strange. Why did I just picture Detective Gumshoe?
Maybe I'll take that name plaque as a souvenir.
Why do all goblins want to steal everything?
Because it's fun. Have you never committed larceny just for fun?
Why would I?
Again, for fun.
No, I'm not a goblin. Don't. He'll sue you. And you know he would because he's a jerk. Alright, what should we examine next? His tea set, because it... his tea set, because it makes it strange that the bellboy was here since he has his own tea.
Cute! What a pretty tea set!
I go more for the instant tea bags myself.
Amazing! The drawer below is filled with packets of tea leaves.
Which again disproves why the bellboy would have been here providing tea service.
Look, I don't know. They're all sorted by place of origin and flavor. Look at this royal blend. What an exquisitely splendid concoction.
There's such a thing as taking a hobby too far. Alright, I think it's the window that I can examine now.
Yeah. Whoa! What a view! It must be nice to have an office on the 12th floor.
I guess you would feel important?
Incidentally, for you to jump out this window, the speed at the time of impact would be...
Calculating.
Got it. Approximately 70.71 miles per hour.
Not kilometers per hour, miles. But he's Kilometers Lost-His-Edgeworth. That's handy to know. Alright, I believe I still haven't examined the King of the Prosecutors trophy.
He won such a prestigious award. Why would he just leave it on the couch?
Yeah, you'd think he'd want to show this thing off more than the giant steel samurai. Then again,
No, he wouldn't.
Yeah. Then again, Lost-His-Edgeworth has always been like that.
Really? Hey, I should write this down. Tell me what he was like as a kid.
He was known as Meters Lost-His-Edgeworth back in the day. Back in elementary school, the jackass won awards for all kinds of things, especially being a jackass. Speech contests, essays, playing the flute, golf tour, like I said, being a jackass.
You know, I don't think most schools explicitly have a being a jackass award.
No, but they had to have it some way.
That doesn't exactly sound like typical elementary school stuff.
But he always hated receiving awards. He'd make some smart remark like, "I know the path I've walked. No one else needs to tell me." Damn you, Meters. That's how he's always been.
Kind of gets under your skin, doesn't it?
His couch, which I think is gonna result in Emma being a fangirl. Again.
Mr. Edgeworth has such a comfy sofa.
Sofas like this make me want to curl up and take a nap.
Betty pores over his case files here until the wee hours of the morning. Then he takes off his jacket, rolls up his sleeves. Goes to sleep using his arms as a pillow.
You have an active imagination. I don't believe it. She's actually daydreaming about Lost-His-Edgeworth working.
Then in the morning he has sofa hair and little creases in his cheek from the seams. He's so cool.
Sofa hair is cool? Good lord. This little goblin has no taste. Alright, let's check the case files.
Oh, these are all case files? Stacked up to the ceiling, there's even a ladder.
Odd. I thought Lost-His-Edgeworth wasn't good with heights.
He is on the 12th floor.
He is, yes. But he's still got a floor, like, right underneath him.
He must have someone and get them for him. Like Meekins.
Strange. Why did I just picture Detective Gumshoe? There goes your theory, by the way.
He must study these case reports so closely. He's so cool. Actually, I think that's a reference to the fact that they're gonna make Emma the detective in the next game written after this.
Uh-huh. Right. You wouldn't be saying that if you saw him sweating bullets up on that ladder. I would laugh at him, by the way. Alright, I believe that's it for everything that I can examine in here.
Oh, alas, I think you may have to have a conversation with with the man and who you believe is the murderer.
You're absolutely right, and I will present him with evidence of his crime. You know what I will present him with?
Your attorney's badge?
I mean, I can do that too, but I don't think I will. You know why? Because I sure as shit won't be defending his ass again.
Proves it more?
No. The ID card record. Take that.
Congratulations. By stumbling in through trying to accuse Edgeworth of murder, you have found something that you actually have to do.
Oh, I know I do, because this is how I accuse him of murder. Alright, I'd better check this now. As I was saying, exclamation mark, what's this? A record of ID card usage. Lost-His-Edgeworth, you went into the evidence room that day, didn't you? And you're guilty! Guilty! You did it! Just before the incident occurred, no less. Guilty! Guilty, 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 guilty! Yes, that's true. I am, in fact, guilty. You can even hear it from this audio musical cue with the ominous music.
Why, Mr. Edgeworth?
Please, don't look at me like that. I had to kill him. And now he's trying to pin the very friendly Chief Gant, huh?
Didn't say Gant asked him to kill him, just that he asked him to be in the evidence room.
I suppose that's true. I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less.
The chief of police?
He wanted evidence for a case that wrapped up half a year ago. Looks like AI-16. Oh, hey! Artificial Intelligence 16, and it's a screwdriver. Oh! Was that the Mia Fey killing? Or it's not the Mia Fey, the Mia Fey killing, yeah. That's the Mia Fey killing. That would have been about half a year ago, wouldn't it?
I never noticed that.
But the screwdriver was supposedly still at the hotel. Was supposedly still at the hotel.
I don't know. I guess they got it. I'm sure Superman was displeased.
Maybe that's why he was here. Who knows? But yeah, he wanted evidence for a case that wrapped up half a year ago. The first time you kicked my ass in the courtroom, and I have never forgiven you since. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. So, see, by the way, this does in fact prove that he has his own locker in that room.
Maybe?
Conclusively, why the hell would Gant send him into the evidence room to pick up evidence if he didn't have access to that evidence? And the only way he would have access to that evidence is if it was in a locker that only he could get into with his fingerprint.
That might be true.
Not
I'm not
might
sure.
be, is true. which means his is the one with the little shirt untucked from it and the bloody handprint on it that I had to find with the aluminum and all. It's all coming together.
So he has a locker. That means that that specific locker must be his, huh?
There's no other explanation. There's got to be something significant about that locker, which means it has to belong to someone of significance. It's his. Because we already know which one is Gumshoe's. It's the one with the very visible bloody handprint. We know which one is Goodman's. It's the one that was opened.
I wonder if there are any other significant cops who might have a locker.
We know that it's not Marshall's, because Marshall probably doesn't actually have access to that room. And Angel Star wouldn't
access to the room.
Angel Star wouldn't
Marshall?
have. Well, obviously Marshall doesn't, because we didn't ask him for what his ID number is. I mean, I assume at one point he would have when he was a detective, just like Angel Star at one point would have when she was a detective. But that's it. Those are the three players, right? Gumshoe and Lost-His-Edgeworth and Goodman. We know who Gumshoe's locker was. We know, or which one Gumshoe's locker was. We know which one Goodman's locker was. We now know conclusively that Lost-His-Edgeworth had a locker. There's nobody else whose locker that could be.
I'm sure there's not another significant police officer whose name you haven't mentioned.
It wouldn't be Gant.
Why couldn't Gant's locker have a white shirt in it?
First of all, the guy only wears orange. Second of all, the chief of police wouldn't have a locker in the evidence room because the chief of police very rarely actually handles any of these cases personally. So he would never be holding on to the evidence. It's always the detectives who are in charge of the case, or I guess in this case it was the prosecutor in charge of the case.
Another detective, Luna says.
No, there is not. Not that we've met yet, anyway.
I don't think this case introduces any... I think this case has already introduced all the characters you will meet in the case.
It wouldn't be Meekins, because regular officers don't get... Regular officers don't get lockers in there. It wouldn't be...
They might, I'm not sure.
No, they don't. It wouldn't be
another
Goodman.
Detective involved.
Again, the detectives were Goodman, in the SL9, were Goodman, Angel Star, and Jake Marshall.
And a mysterious other guy who was also in the photo.
Maybe he was just an officer. But okay, fine. Maybe. So I suppose we have to figure out who... But as it stands, I'm thinking my theory is correct. But it was solved, right? It would have had to be if the evidence was already filed. The chief is never one to explain himself. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here.
Can I ask what kind of case it was?
I can't say. I can. It was the murder of Mia Fey, my boss. It really has nothing to do with the current case. Phoenix, you know exactly what case it is.
No, he's too stupid.
Well, to be fair, you didn't make the connection either. I did. Screwdriver. Evidence from a past case of Lost-His-Edgeworth brought back to his office by Gant's request. Stubborn as always, I told you this has nothing to do with the current case. Alright. What does checking the locker do? I never actually tried that. Oh, it just shows me this, which I can't do anything with. What does checking this do? Probably this, which means I have to look at another tag, which says AI-16. The tag says AI-16. Brilliant deduction, Einstein.
What's that got to do with anything?
Nothing, apparently. At least that's what Lost-His-Edgeworth said.
That makes it seem all the more suspicious. Who knows? This might turn out to be the clue that breaks the case.
I doubt it. Wouldn't that be nice, but it's just a screwdriver. It's not even a sonic screwdriver. Useless. There's not even any blood on it. And I think that's the only thing I can investigate here. Right?
Yeah, that's the only thing on the screwdriver to examine.
Well, I still
It's not
had
a
to
very
try.
interesting screwdriver.
No. Alright, so let's present him with some more stuff. Including Goodman's ID badge. ... Right, please. I'm the prosecutor on this case. You don't expect me to sit here and discuss the case with you over a cup of tea. How about beer, then? I'll pass on the tea. Just tell me about the case.
Mr. Right. Mr. Edgeworth just told you no in a very polite manner.
And I'm not accepting his no.
And you call him an asshole.
Maybe if I just show him my best evidence, I can get some reaction out of him. Fine, my best evidence, which is my attorney's badge. ... this nonsense again. I mean, look, I never said I'm not an asshole. I never said that. Alright, how about your murder weapon knife? The parking stub? Well, this guy is a fortress. He really did learn from Von Karma. But you know what? There's no way he'll be able to deny me when I present him with the blue badger. Okay, he denied me. Dawning. This guy really is an asshole.
No, I hate the blue badger too, though for reasons you haven't gotten to.
The blue badger is fine. Oh, hold on.
Its design is fine. I'm just mad about it due to things later in the case.
I accidentally stumbled on something. Hang on.
Yep.
Let me, present
I
it.
know
Let me.
You've probably gotten a hold of some information already, right?
No. Let me present him with that again. Because I completely missed that I was going to. ... I know you. You've probably got a hold of some information already, right? It all has to do with that case you were on, the SL9 incident. And some dark suspicion you were wrapped up in. AKA, I found your motive for murder, motherfucker. You are the man who revived the worst memory of my life. I figured I'd be telling you about this sooner or later. He must be talking about his father's murder in that elevator. I did nothing of the sort! Okay, Lost-His-Edgeworth, why don't you tell me about it? Tell me the truth. He's not telling me the truth. And he's also not telling the truth when he says, I revived the memory. He had it as a nightmare his whole life.
He tried very hard to bury it, and you prevented him from successfully...
I did
well, no.
nothing of the sort.
You found the information that found truth.
Which means I technically exonerated him from what he thought was killing his father. He should be thanking me.
Yes.
Wait.
He should be, however. He's not very good at saying thank you.
No, especially when he knows that he actually did it and I had to frame Von Karma to get him off the hook. But once a murderer, always a murderer. Well, how do you explain how he casually killed Goodman this time so easily? Alright, let's see. He's probably got a reaction to the switchblade knife.
Yeah, it's the same one.
Oh. Damn it. Fine. The luminal testing fluid. I found the blood in your room, buddy. What have you got to say for yourself?
The blood that the game is not ready to allow you to acknowledge.
Because I'm 5 steps ahead of this game at this point.
And also, you are ahead in some ways and making shit up in others.
So, same old bullshit?
Yeah, I suppose so.
Except you actually acknowledge that I'm ahead, so huzzah! I am correct in saying that Lost-His-Edgeworth is guilty.
No, you are ahead because the game is not ready to acknowledge that the blood is there.
Uh-huh. Alright, the rubber glove, which I'm guessing is going to have the same SL9 reaction. No, it doesn't,
it has
actually.
no reaction.
Alright, well then what about the unstable jar? No.
Nope, we're not ready to deal with this bullshit.
Alright, the evidence locker that I know you clearly have. Fine, then tell me about this damn screwdriver.
There's nothing to tell. It was in the hotel where April May stayed.
Fine,
The
okay,
police
so
got
there's
their
no
hands
more
on
evidence.
it. Superman tried to steal it back, so Chief Gant had him take it to the prosecutor's office.
And Superman tried to steal it back, which was why he was here earlier. That explains everything, actually. Alright. Well, there's nothing else for me to do here. I've examined everything. I've presented everything. What else can I do?
Surely there's no other option on the list of options
Oh, you're right, there's
for
move.
how to interact with a place or person.
You're right, there's move. I can get the hell out of here and not have to deal with that smug jackass.
Do you wish to progress the plot so you can attempt to accuse Edgeworth of murder in trial?
Yes, so tell me about the inquiry committee. So how did the inquiry committee go? Actually, they decided to treat this not as a case of concealing evidence, but as a communications error due to the investigation, or during the investigation.
Concealing evidence?
Yes, apparently there are some who believe that I concealed evidence. How could they possibly think as much? I would never do such a thing. I always keep all my evidence absolutely above board and never try to hide anything or get innocent people declared guilty, even if it
Or
means
update the
concealing
autopsy report.
evidence, or update autopsy reports without telling anybody, because I am definitely not a jackass. Jackass. They gave me a warning. You were lucky this time. Again. Again? You mean you pull this kind of shit all the time? How the fuck are you still employed? I've heard them say that so many times. Ever since that case 2 years ago. Well, tell me about tomorrow's trial and how much I'm gonna kick your butt again. Are you okay for the trial tomorrow? Well, I'm still the presiding prosecuting attorney. Even though I'm the one who did it. But that's okay. Von Karma was the presiding prosecuting attorney last time, and he did it. So there's no problem with precedent here. However, something happened. They gave control of the investigation over to the police department, which is technically where it should have been in the first place.
Oh my god, the police department conducting a police investigation about a police murder? What
I
an
know.
absolute shock.
What the hell is this country? What the hell is this
California.
universe? What the hell is this universe? Bunch of stupid people.
The police department?
Yes, any further investigations for this case will be directed by the Chief of Police, Gant. Well, good, somebody competent on the job who's not going to try to hide evidence or forge facts. I can do nothing but wait for his results. Or update autopsy reports, by the way, jackass. I see. Why, I ask you? Why? Because you're an incompetent dope. And you got caught with your hand in the cookie jar. All along, I've done what I believe is right. I have nothing to be ashamed of. See, he's even admitting it. He's even admitting it. He justifies everything that he's done, including tampering with evidence, forging evidence, hiding evidence, because he believes that it's right. And he's not even remorseful. Get this guy out of my sight and give him the death penalty. But still... Wow, I've never seen him this out of sorts. It's almost as if he got a penalty during a trial and then had to kill somebody over that. Alright. Tell me about these allegations of forgery, because this is how I'm going to get you to trip up and admit you killed Goodman. The SL9 incident was a heinous serial killing case. The head of the investigation was the deputy chief of police at the time. Damon Gant. Oh, really?
Yep, he was deputy back then.
But he wouldn't have a locker
Got
in there.
a promotion.
Yes, he did. But he wouldn't have a locker in the evidence room now. Because he's now the head of the police department. So even if he had a locker in there at one point, which, you know, again, presumably he would have, because he must have started out as like an officer, then maybe a detective, then worked his way up, right? They've got to rotate who has the lockers. And if the lockers in there are brand new, which they are, right, state-of-the-art technology, he wouldn't have a new locker because he's already been chief of police when those were installed. So, okay, he's still cleared. Damon Gant. That wacky old coot was involved in the case 2 years ago too, then, huh? Wacky old coot. He's not a wacky old coot. He's a very good guy.
Hey, I don't think being a wacky old coot and being a good guy are mutually exclusive.
I don't know. I wouldn't know anything about being old. He was
You're an expert in being old. You're 88.
I'm 33, thank you very much.
God. He erases a couple lines from his age and acts like he can and pass it off as the truth.
And you add a couple lines to my age and act like it is the truth.
Because it is.
If it really was, you wouldn't have much more time with me. Would you rather have multiple decades with me around, or me dying like in a year?
That is the wonders of modern medicine.
Uh-huh.
I can get both.
Uh-huh. He was a top officer, and it was my first time working with him. I was nervous.
How? You get nervous too, Mr. Edgeworth?
What I want to know is why it was a deputy chief of police. No, that's obvious why, because it was a fucking serial murderer. Like, it was a serial killer. You want somebody very competent and thorough involved in this investigation. There's no reason for you not to have somebody of that high rank involved. You're an idiot, Phoenix.
We know. That's basically half the plot of the series.
I've noticed. In truth, I used slightly more extreme methods than normal. Aha! Here it is. The admission of the forgery, and this is his motive for murder. Good! We're getting to the bottom of this case. Which still might be Angel Star's bottom. I haven't figured that out yet. It also might be Lana Sky's bottom.
If I make a comment along the lines of I hope it is that... No, of course it's not too crass for this channel.
And we are well aware of the fact that you are a lesbian, so no, it is not too crass at all. Anyway, so he admits to forging the evidence in that case. We were dealing with a vicious murderer.
Let him keep talking.
If I let him go, the blood would be on my hands. We won our guilty verdict, and the killer was executed. Wait, you didn't. I don't believe you.
You mean you didn't touch the evidence? How were you presenting it?
Yes. I literally don't believe you.
How do you not touch it?
See, I told you, he's an absolute liar. Of course not. I didn't touch the evidence. Yes, I will do anything in my power to win a trial. However, I do have a code, and I follow it faithfully, which is find the defendant guilty no matter what. And when I say no matter what, I mean I will forge evidence, except you won't actually hear me say that last part out loud. By the way, Emma, the chief prosecutor wanted to know something.
My sister? What?
If you are still studying forensic science.
What? Yes, of course. Why, just today, Mr. Wright and I were using this.
Luminol testing fluid. Yes, and I found the blood in your office. Now confess to the murder, and I won't have to murder you. Wait.
He is helping us let him talk.
Well then, you might have use for this.
Aluminum powder for taking fingerprints?
Aha! It's been chemically treated for better adhesion.
For me? Are you sure? We are the enemy, you know?
I've no say in today's investigation. Do as you will. Is he trying to sabotage his own case?
He is giving Emma a fingerprint powder because no one can resist giving a goblin in their shinies.
I thought that this was from the chief prosecutor, and he was just asked to pass it along. Lost-His-Edgeworth, I'm really... No need to thank me. That didn't actually come from me. It came from Lana Sky. Here, take your powder and these fingerprint files for everyone involved. Thanks? How about giving these to Detective Gumshoe as well? Fingerprinting
Well,
set and fingerprint file received. Recovers fingerprints from handprints for comparison with the fingerprint file.
let's get going. One last investigation.
All right, Lost-His-Edgeworth, give me your hand.
I'm pretty sure his fingerprint is already on that file.
Right. I do seem to remember seeing a suspicious handprint somewhere. That's true. I do recall seeing a suspicious handprint somewhere.
I recall seeing about 3 suspicious handprints.
No, the one that I recall seeing was on Angel Star. I'm gonna have to dust that. Except she's gone.
Fair point.
She's not here anymore.
Very sad.
Extremely sad. Alright, let's see. Check. Okay, is there anything I can actually even check on this? Or does it literally not let me do anything and has no purpose for doing this?
I don't know off the top of my head.
No, literally
I would
nothing.
think if anything the label, but there's nothing required checked, I don't think.
No, there's also literally nothing on the... And it won't let me... You do get a shit ton of evidence here, don't you?
This is one hell of a case.
Alright, so I need to move to the police department entrance.
Yeah.
I should like to examine the Blue Badger, because there is a suspicious handprint on there. Okay, how do I...
I don't think you can examine that particular suspicious handprint, unfortunately enough.
How do I even use this?
There will be a tutorial when you get to the suspicious handprints that the characters are actually acknowledging.
But that's a suspicious handprint!
Uh-huh, and the characters are quietly ignoring it.
Fine. Then let's go into the evidence room. Our investigation turned up a suspicious handprint. Gee, I wonder.
Here, in this blood on the detective's evidence locker.
And who do you want to bet that's going to... Whose fingerprints do you think that's going to be? I bet you it's going to be Lost-His-Edgeworth. We already know he's right-handed. Let's use the secret weapon we just... Yes! From case 4!
Oh, yeah, we do know he's right-handed.
Let's use the secret...
Let's get started.
Can we just borrow?
You didn't say that yet.
Okay, go ahead.
First, choose a finger.
A finger. I know exactly which one I'm going to choose.
Finger leaves behind a slightly different imprint, So, let's choose the finger that will have left the clearest print. I'd like to note that the game literally does not care which one you choose.
Good. I really can't tell the difference at a glance.
Procrastinating and choose a finger.
I think you know which one I'm gonna choose.
The same one the robot hand gave you.
I mean, technically it gave me all of them, but... Alright, finger selected.
Okay, now it's time to check for prints. Let me show you how it's done.
Emma's starting to get that sparkle in her eyes. Silly goblins.
First, we sprinkle the aluminum powder around.
Huh? How do you do that?
Just touch the screen, see?
Well, that's definitely different because it's Switch versus DS, but yeah.
Yes, yeah, with the A button.
Ah, looks like that did the trick.
The aluminum powder adheres completely to the print. Once the powder is well spread, just blow away the excess.
How do I do that?
I'm gonna assume this is changed too, but you just blow with your breath. Imagine you're blowing out the candles on a birthday cake. See,
Man.
I think it's actually X.
It is. They actually did have that capability with the old DS, because they had those traps in Diamond and Pearl where you could, and Platinum in the Underground, where you had to blow the leaves away. Yes, it's X because it's exciting. Wow.
I thought it was because it was exhale.
Also possible, yes. That looks fun. Might take some getting used to, though.
Also, don't talk to me like you think I don't know how a DS works.
You don't!
I used to have one. Then it broke.
See?
But I have had a DS. I know what they do.
No, you don't. You're too young for that.
How old do you think I am?
I don't know!
Then why are you assuming I am too young to have had a DS?
Because you're not as old as I am. Anyway.
The DS is literally not that old.
It's a retro console at this point.
No, it's not.
Technically, I think it is.
I refuse to acknowledge that.
You can refuse to acknowledge that? Let's get to your line.
It's fine. It won't go up your nose or anything.
Well, that's
Pour
good.
the powder on thick, and then blow away the extra. Those are the basics of fingerprinting, Mr. Wright.
I guess I'd better give it a try. It doesn't actually show me the finger.
It won't until you blow away the excess.
Well, I'm hitting X and nothing is happening.
First, you have to put the dust on, genius.
I wonder if I put enough on yet.
I'm personally a fan of covering the entire screen.
That was exactly my plan. This is the greatest plan. And I know I can't miss it if I do this. Aha! Alright, do you think I put on enough yet?
No, there's a couple spots where I can still see blue.
Well, I can't get down there any more than I really already have. I don't think this is what anybody had in mind. But you know what?
It's what I had in mind when I got here.
I suppose we must be related or something.
Huh. What a shocking revelation. You know what's sad? In later games with fingerprint powder, they limit the amount of powder you can put on at any given time.
That is sad.
You don't get to cover the whole screen anymore.
Wow, just one little push of the axe, and it cleared away all of that.
Aha! You did it! You found one!
But this looks nothing like a fingerprint.
Now that you mention it, I guess it doesn't.
So, Lost-His-Edgeworth is an alien! What does it mean?
I think it means we're out of luck.
It means whoever it was that had that handprint was wearing a glove. Probably the right glove that goes with that left glove that was from the SL9 incident.
Oh, now I'm the one who gets to say they were wearing gloves.
Like I said, I'm 5 steps ahead. Go on and say your line.
The person who left this handprint must have been wearing gloves. ...
Don't tell me we've been wasting our time here.
Hey, calm down. That's just the way it goes sometimes with scientific investigations. But it does seem a shame. While we're at it, why don't we try looking for other prints?
Like the one on the blue badger. Other prints, eh?
Look at the locker door again closely.
Okay.
It seems like there are prints outside the bloody handprint as well. Let's see if we can find a clear print.
Fingerprints outside the blood. I wonder where those could be. It's gotta be Disson. Maybe it's Disson? Or Disson? I don't know. I can't find anything.
It's slightly darker on the screen.
I can't see.
It's barely noticeable.
I can't see.
Have you tried opening your eyes?
Yes, they're wide open.
Have you tried putting on your glasses?
They're technically on. I should probably push them up,
Have you tried
shouldn't
putting them on correctly?
I should probably push them up. Oh, hey! There's a dark little smudge right over here. What's this? Alright, let's go. This is taking way too much time, but it's also kind of fun. And I figure I wasn't going to finish the case today anyway. I'm probably not going to finish this case until, like, next millennia because it's so damn long. So I might as well have fun with it while I'm at it. Although, to be fair, I probably shouldn't screw around this much, especially if this case is going to be the one that finally turns in, it does in Lost-His-Edgeworth. But, I don't know, there really is just something so compelling about covering the entire screen.
About covering the whole screen in fingerprint powder, yes. I'm really mad at them for taking that away.
I mean, at least they gave you this to do in other cases in the future. Well, technically cases in the past, because this came after most of those.
No, actually, I don't think we get fingerprint and powder again until Apollo Justice.
Well, I don't know when that came out.
That came out... Well, that was the next thing to come out after this, I believe.
Oh, see, this is probably why they did that. Next thing you're going to tell me, by the way, is also that they limit the lumen. I don't know if they came up for
Emma, with Emma for this case and then used her again for Apollo Justice, or the other way around.
I don't know. But the next thing you're going to tell me is that they're going to limit the amount of luminol you can use, too. What the... Huh. I was not expecting that. Dawning. Uh-oh. Did we lose Dawning? Ah, interrupted. Very well. I'll at least voice Emma for a little while. Yay! A print so clear it's dazzling! Dazzling. Anyway, this print took a lot of effort to find. Let's match it up right away. So we're not done yet. This is quite a process. Well, there's no point in finding a fingerprint and not knowing who the owner is, right? I guess she's... No, I'm right. Phoenix, right. Master of investigations. Anyway, whose is it? Look at the fingerprint data we got from Mr. Lost-His-Edgeworth. And point to the person you think left these prints. Huh? How am I supposed to know who it was? Well, I already know who it was. I could make a pretty good guess. Yes, I can too. It's Lost-His-Edgeworth. The bloody handprint and the fingerprints are in different places, right? That means the prints probably don't have anything to do with our case. Whose fingerprints would we most likely... Oh, well, fine. If it doesn't have anything to do with the case, it's probably Gumshoe. Damon Gant. Oh, hey, this is fun. Let's see. Alright. It's not Angel Starr, or Damon Gant, or Mike Meekins, or Jake Marshall, or Bruce Goodman. It's not Lana Skye, or Emma Skye, or Angel Starr. Huh. I wonder whose fingerprints would be on his own locker. Yeah, okay. Comparison complete, match found. Hooray! Aha! So these prints belonged to Detective Gumshoe. ... Something...
Alright, interruption is over. Sorry, I had to sort out a couple things for theater stuff.
Fair enough. We've just discovered
When
that
are
it
we
was...
at?
We just discovered that it's Detective Gumshoe's fingerprints.
I wonder how that could possibly have happened. It's surely not like it's his locker or anything.
Yes, well.
Something wrong, Mr. Wright? You gave me this so what look.
I guess that's probably because I was thinking, so what?
Okay, so we came up with nothing this time, but there's always next time. Sometimes you hit, sometimes you miss. You gotta roll with the punches, Mr. Wright.
Or the fingerprints in this case. Thanks for the sympathy. Wait, if I remember correctly, there was one other handprint in this room. Was there now? I don't remember this.
It's on the locker that you claim is Edgeworth.
Oh,
Maybe you'll even
yeah.
find his fingerprints there.
Very true.
I mean, you won't, but maybe.
What?
I didn't say anything.
This is where we got a luminal fluid reaction, right?
Right. There was a handprint here. Okay, wanna try using this?
There go her eyes sparkling again like the little goblin. I think I'm gonna leave it be.
But what if there's Edgeworth incriminating fingerprints on there?
You just said there wouldn't be. Okay, let's check
I said
for
no
prints.
such thing. And even if there aren't Edgeworth's fingerprints, how do you know that someone else's fingerprints couldn't somehow incriminate him?
Because they're not his? Anyway, let's check for prints.
Do you know how complicated and insane the arguments you make in every case are?
Yes, I literally shoved a bullet in a guy's shoulder to frame him. I am well aware of how complicated bullshit gets in this game.
Yes, so why do you assume that someone else's fingerprints can't incriminate someone?
Fine, let's just do this. You have a line.
Oh, I didn't realize you said yours.
Multiple times.
That's the spirit. Oh, but I have to warn you about something first.
What?
The area with the blood was wiped away, right?
We only ended up finding it using chemical means.
Any prints in that area will have been wiped away too.
Oh, right. So that means no prints.
Would you say the probability of your hypothesis is high?
Don't ask me. I don't know what half of those words mean.
You studied science in college.
I studied engineering, and I was pretending to be Phoenix when I said that.
Fine, you studied art in college.
Is that really what Phoenix studied?
Yes.
Then he wouldn't know what words like probability or hypothesis mean. Also, how the hell he ended up being a lawyer, God only knows.
Wait, you must try to find prints that weren't wiped away.
Prints other than the ones left by the bloody hand. Well, if I had to guess, I would say there should be a print somewhere from another finger, like about there.
There are two, one of them will give you an incomplete print.
I figured. I found both of them. But you know,
in this case, it does in fact matter which print you pick.
I mean, I'm guessing the one that I chose is going to be the dud, because it's close enough to where the blood spatter was that someone probably cleaned it up. So that's
Only
why
partially,
I chose...
but...
Well, that's why I chose this one first. This is way too much fun.
I'm still really mad that they take away the ability to cover the whole screen.
Well, of course, you're a little science goblin who would want to cover everything in aluminum powder. Oh! Well, I wasn't actually expecting that. Alright, so it's not Gant. It's Meekins.
Doesn't quite look like it.
No match found. Darn. Well, it can't be this guy. It's not Gumshoe. Hey, I noticed my fingerprints aren't here. Also, Edgeworth's fingerprints aren't here. I should have noticed that much sooner. He didn't give us fingerprint information. Oh, that sneaky bastard.
I'll look to see if anyone's fingerprints look the same as the one you've got.
That sneaky bastard. How did he even get your fingerprints, or Emma's fingerprints, and he didn't include his own? That sneaky bastard. Alright, it's clearly Jake Marshall.
Yeah, it is. The cowboy touched this locker.
But why? Hey, these fingerprints, they...
Touched it. Whose are they? Is it someone that and I know?
It's Officer Marshall?
Huh? Officer Jake Marshall?
Marshall's fingerprints added to the court record.
be a coincidence. He's not involved in the crime.
Emma, this is decidedly different from Detective Gumshoe's prints.
Huh?
The luminol reaction, the blood and the fingerprints are in the same place.
Oh.
So we have Jake Marshall's fingerprints on a white blood stain.
But why would Officer Marshall?
It looks like our investigation is finally turning up some results. Well, this throws a wrench in my it was lost as Edgeworth's doing theory. I guess this is what you would call decisive evidence.
I don't believe it.
Would you rather it be Marshall or your sister?
And it be neither?
I mean, I know it's lost as Edgeworth, so... Alright, well...
No, now you have to figure out how Jake Marshall's fingerprints incriminate a Lost-His-Edgeworth, right?
Yes. Give me a moment to do that. It does seem like this is a decent time to take a quick break, though, so I'm gonna do that. Nobody redeemed the little sister's... the little goblin knows best. Yeah, the little goblin... Nobody redeemed the little goblin knows best reward while I'm gone. Alright, I'm back. Doesn't seem like anybody redeemed that reward. Good.
They did not.
I bet you're
So,
very
you have a theory on
disappointed.
how Jake Marshall's fingerprints on the locker incriminates Edgeworth?
No, I actually don't, but I'm sure we'll figure that out with magical bullshit as we go. I
No, the
usually do.
magical bullshit goblin left.
Fine, we'll figure that out with scientifical bullshit then. February
I
24th.
suppose we can try that.
Yes. February 24th, 9:41 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number B.
This is definitely number A.
It said number B.
Oh, huh. My script agrees on the defendant lobby number.
Well, that's a silly thing for it to disagree about.
What do you think, Mr. Wright?
I think the prosecution is as confused as we are. After all,
Victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time, and a different suspect was arrested at the other crime scene. Huh? Good morning, Mr. Wright. I apologize for yesterday. I was indisposed.
that's alright, you're cute, so I'll let you get away with it. I'm sorry, what? I hope they didn't
That's a valid argument.
Yeah, I hope they didn't hold you too long for questioning.
We just finished, actually. I'm used to all-nighters, though. So, how'd it go? It's as Mr. Wright suspects. The police are clueless. I figured as much, so I struck a plea bargain. A plea bargain? What do you mean by that? We agreed that if I told them the truth behind this simultaneous murder, they wouldn't seek capital punishment. That's what I mean, Emma. But Lana! Don't tell me you... Much to my regret, I'm as much in the dark about this as they are.
Ms. Sky, we found trace evidence of a certain person in the police department's evidence room. They belonged to Officer Jake Marshall.
You found Officer Marshall's traces?
Blood-stained fingerprints, to be exact.
Huh.
That's the trump card I have up my sleeve today. You do understand what this means, don't you? It means Lost-His-Edgeworth is guilty. Dawning, say hi to Lissy.
You have an explanation for how yet?
No, but go say hi to Lissy and tell her not to redeem the little goblin knows best. I said no, Dawning! Don't do that.
No, to defend my sister, you're going to accuse Mr. Marshall?
Well, guess what just happened?
He did exactly as I said.
But I said not to do that. Fine. You have to play the cards we're dealt. Isn't that right, Dawning wins?
Yes, it is. So, let's go for Tsundere Femeli.
Okay. Oh, Melly, how I love you, and how you make this Lana Sky look plain and ugly, because you are so absolutely gorgeous and magnificent and wonderful and just an all-around excellent fellow, and you would have solved this case ages ago and figured out that he would know the connection between Jake Marshall's fingerprints in the evidence room and Lost-His-Edgeworth being guilty, because he's much smarter than I am and capable of making all of these decisions and all of these conclusions and figuring out things and seeing everything just from a bird's eye view, also tell Lissy what you made me do. And he's just so capable and so powerful, and just looking at him and his brilliant purple hair solve all these cases. Solving all of these cases would be a cakewalk for him. He should be the real defense attorney, whereas I should just go back to being a humble noodleman and serve him all of the noodles that he wants for free, of course, because he absolutely deserves them. And I would charge little goblins extra for the noodles just to make up for that profit.
You wouldn't charge your siblings extra.
Look, if the option is Melly needs to eat and goblins need to eat, which do you think I need to...
Then charge everyone except Melly and the goblins extra.
But the goblins eat more than everyone else.
Yeah?
Fine. I wouldn't charge the goblins extra. I'd still charge them, though, but Melly would get his noodles for free, because he absolutely deserves free noodles.
I guess we'll just have to steal them.
You would, wouldn't you?
Like I said, I commit larceny for fun. You should try it sometime.
I am not a goblin. I am just someone who is head over heels in love with Melly, and I can't acknowledge that because he's just so above me. He's way and totally out of my league. He probably doesn't even notice that I exist. My beloved Melly senpai. With his luxurious purple hair and his fragrant aroma and his charming ways. What else? Just how great and glorious he is. And truly the light of my life and my favorite Pokemon character of all time. Again, Pokemon Legends really nailed it when it came to the characters, especially him. And I would love to nail him too. I'm sorry, what? I don't think that came out quite the way I wanted it to, but you know what I mean. Maybe. Dawning, are you laughing at me?
I might be.
But look! These things are difficult to put into words because I spend so much time repressing these feelings. It's like Lost-His-Edgeworth said, that seeing Phoenix again gives him all kinds of horrible extra feelings that are not necessary. It's just being saddled with these kinds of feelings, knowing that I will forever be alone because my love for him will always go unrequited. Yeah, that's the word.
That is the word.
It's very sad because I am but a speck of dust to the great and glorious Melly. He will never notice me, but I will always notice my poor senpai. I will make sure he gets all of the noodles he needs, and so will the little goblins, and I might as well just give them to them if they're gonna steal them anyway. Right?
I appreciate it.
But that assumes I go back to being a noodleman after this, which, given how this case is going, I probably should.
But what about... Oh, I can't use that argument right now.
What about what?
Don't you want to meet Gumshoe's girlfriend? Make sure she's good enough for him?
No. I'm sure she's fine. Alright, we have to play the cards we're dealt. Isn't that right, Ms. Sky?
Tot, tot, tot. Do what you will, Mr. Right.
Well, she's in a marginally better mood than she had been. I guess pulling an all-nighter mellowed her out a bit.
Getting not convicted of murder.
Yes. Court is now in session for the trial of Ms. Lana Skye. Simultaneously going down in a different courtroom is the trial of Officer Mike Meekins. Both trials happening at the same time for the murder of the same guy at the same time in two different places. Boy, oh boy, we have never had anything quite like this happen before. Both defendants will likely be found guilty, even though at least one of them is clearly innocent. This whole fucking thing is bullshit. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is... humph. Waggling his fingers. Humph, I'm afraid you'll have to clarify. It takes 30 minutes by car to reach the police department from the prosecutor's office. Yet the victim, Bruce Goodman, was slain at both places at this... Yes, dumbass, I figured this shit out ages ago. You're slow as fucking hell. But that's not physically possible. No shit! That's why we have a problem, Judge. What's more, I hear
thought the reason we had a problem was because they were accusing Lana Skye of the murder.
You're right, I don't give a shit if they accuse Mike Meekins or Jake Marshall.
No, that's not what I meant.
I'd prefer if they ended up accusing Lost-His-Edgeworth. But frankly, Lana is the only one
nothing wrong.
Lana's the only one I care about because she's cuter than the others put together.
Except Angel Star.
That's fair, but I didn't say her, did I?
Well,
I said
the others was very vague.
No, it wasn't, because I had referred to saying, I said Mike Meekins, Jake Marshall, and Lost-His-Edgeworth.
Okay, yes. Lana Skye is indeed cuter than all of them put together.
Yes. Alright, what's more, I hear the victim from the evidence room just disappeared.
Yes, and the body eventually reappeared in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car.
Wow, this is one messed up... No shit, Phoenix! One of my duties as prosecutor is to present impartial evidence. Bullshit. Today, I will present evidence relating to the murder at the police department. In so doing, I believe the way in which we should proceed will reveal it. So he's not saying that he's going to present evidence proving Lana Skye's guilt. He's saying that he's going to go back to the murder at the police department and work forward from there.
Figure out what the fuck happened.
You know what?
You're in agreement.
That's actually logical. I still think he's not presenting partial evidence because I'm pretty sure he did it. But his methodology is at least right.
Now that's what sets Mr. Edgeworth apart. He sounds so on top of things.
I'm pretty sure we did.
He doesn't know what the fuck's going on either.
Well, I'm also pretty sure in a previous stream we determined he's a bottom, not a top, but that's beside the point.
Did we?
Yes.
You know, I don't remember having that argument, but I believe you.
No, I didn't have that argument. That was going on, like, in the chat with everybody else, while I was actually trying to concentrate on the game. This was after he made some kind of...
I don't remember chat having that argument, but yeah, I believe it.
This was during Case 4 when he was talking about having to be punished for killing his dad or something. It's there. I'm like almost positive that it is. Anyway, that's supposed to be an admirable trait. Very well, let the trial resume. On the day of the crime, what exactly transpired at the police department? Mr. Lost-His-Edgeworth, you may call your first witness of the day to the stand. For its first witness, the prosecution calls the suspect of the murder that occurred at the police department, even though his trial is going on at the courtroom next door.
Oh, please, this won't be the last time we call a person who's currently being tried in the other room.
I wouldn't doubt it. The suspect? You mean the so-called murderer?
Mike Meekins did nothing wrong.
Oh boy, things are getting wild here from the get-go. Hi, Meekins. Will the witness please state his name and occupation? Yes, sir. I am Officer Meekins, sir. I don't remember the voice I was doing for him. Also, he's got to be one of the few...
I don't really remember it exactly either. I don't think it was quite that.
No. Also, he's got to be one of the few witnesses that actually gives him a proper name, like, without trouble.
Yeah, until we get to the occupation portion. I mean,
Okay.
He gives it without trouble, but it sure ain't the right definition.
My occupation is, that would be murderer, sir. Excellent. Good. Lana Sky is not guilty. We're done. Meekins confessed. ...
Meekins did nothing wrong. ...
So you're telling us that you're a professional killer? Sir, it was me, sir. I'm the one who did it. I'll never kill anyone again, sir. You've got to believe me, sir! Actually, what we'd like to hear from you is, Sir, I'm what you would call part of the younger generation, sir. A person whose actions adults can't possibly comprehend. Please, Mr. Lost-His-Edgeworth, sir. Help me, sir. Officer Meekins. Yes, sir! Give us your report of the crime. Consider that an order. Yes, sir, as you wish. After all, I'm part of a generation that must be told what to do, sir.
Well, you can't fault him for a lack of his enthusiasm.
He's an idiot.
Yes, but he's one of the best idiots.
Crime report, sir. Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. Right. Okay.
Right.
Well, not Phoenix, right, but Meekins was in fact assigned as the guard for the security room that day, which means where the fuck was Jake Marshall? And I think we're looking at him in this screen. Like, I don't think that's Goodman.
How would that be Jake Marshall? His hair isn't long enough.
It's partially hidden by the trench coat.
It also looks like it's the wrong texture, but okay.
It's hidden by the hat. But I don't, like I said, I'm pretty sure Meekins not knowing who, like, anybody is, right? They're assuming that the only person who would wear that outfit is Goodman. But that's exactly what they assumed about Hammond, or what Lost-His-Edgeworth assumed about Hammond's coat.
And also everyone assumed about the Steel Samurai.
It
happens a lot.
The Steel Samurai case was obvious from the get-go. But again, that was a full-body costume. This is slightly less obvious because you can technically see the face, but if you don't know what someone is supposed to look like, you won't know that the face is wrong. And very clearly, that face is not seen on the camera. Almost as if the person there knew where the camera was because they're the fucking security officer who's normally there. Again, the handprint seems to confirm that he was in there, but we'll figure
Jake
something
Marshall
out.
did touch a locker.
With a bloody hand.
Yes.
I don't think he was the murderer. It's too simple. It's got to be Lost-His-Edgeworth. But anyway, I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. I fought for my life. Then I did it. After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake. Aw. Well, he did it. But it was self-defense.
Meekins did nothing wrong.
Right, he played it by the book. It's not his fault Goodman ended up dead. So the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you. Do unto others before they do unto you! That's the Meekins family motto, sir. I see. Then you fainted and a colleague helped you regain consciousness. Yes, sir! He knocked me upside the head, sir! Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. What I need here is more info to work with. No, I don't! Why do I need more info here?
Phoenix says we need more info.
Why?
Get more info.
I don't need more info. I have someone else.
Phoenix disagrees with you.
Phoenix is a fucking moron.
Uh-huh, and he's the moron who's piloting the plot.
And I'm piloting him, and I say we're done. This guy confessed to the murder. That is decisive evidence that proves my client is guilty.
Nothing
or is
wrong.
not guilty. He played it by the book. That doesn't mean he didn't commit the murder. And again,
start pressing the stupid statement.
As far as I know, or as far as I'm concerned, the only person I give a shit about is Lana Skye, because she's my client and is pretty.
Yes. But Meekins did nothing wrong.
Not my problem. So let's end the trial here, because very clearly, my client is not guilty.
That's the stupid statements because that's what Phoenix wants to do, and he's piloting the stupid plot.
Fine. Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. Press. Mr. Meekins, you work in the General Affairs Department, do you not? Yes, sir! I am in charge of hiring the new recruits, sir! Yikes. Now there's a scary thought. Evidence transferal was taking place on the day of the crime, which meant many officers were given special tasks not ordinarily performed. I was in charge of guarding the Blue Badger, sir. The Blue Badger? Yes, sir. The lovely police mascot created by the Chief of Detectives, sir. Yes. I was to ensure that it wasn't broken during the transferal process. That was my sole mission. If that was your sole mission for the day, how did you end up guarding the evidence room? That was my sole...
Where do you think the Blue Badger was?
Well, I know that's where it was when it was being made. Wait. It wasn't.
That's right, the Blue Badger murdered Bruce Goodman.
This explains why you and Luna and everyone else hates the Blue Badger, because it's the actual murderer here. What the fuck? That was my sole mission for the day, sir. I see. Sounds like a very, important mission. Yeah, more like a way to keep a problematic officer and a problematic mascot out of sight. After the award ceremony finished that day, there were so many people running around. And I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. Oh, so that's why you went to the evidence room. Tell us, what did you see when you got there? I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. In order to enter the evidence room, you need an ID card, am I correct? Precisely, sir. I have one right here, around my neck. So then, your ID number should be listed on here, right? Dot dot dot. There it is! I found it! It's this is the one right here. Could you please read us the number? Yes, sir. It's 4989596. That's my number, sir. I figured as much. It's the one that shows up twice. I see. But the number 4989596 is shown being used twice. Mike Meekins. Please explain, witness. It's no real mystery, sir. The first time was when I relocated the Blue... Yeah, see, that's what I figured. The first time was when he relocated Blue Badger to the evidence room. The second time was when he spotted the evil Bruce Goodman in there and killed him. The first time was...
the Blue Badger killed him. We just established that.
Uh-huh. When I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. And the second time is when I went to go get him after everything settled down. I see. So it was during that second time when... Yes, sir. That was when I spotted the man on the security screen. Data added to the court ID record. Yeah, see, that explains everything. Right? There's nothing more on that ID card record that I need to know. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. So you were attacked. Can you please tell us exactly what happened to you? It was a knife, sir! A knife! Detective Goodman pulled a knife on you. What happened then? Well, with me charging in on him like that, he looked as surprised as I was. You aren't exactly the kind of person someone would want to run into. That's when I reacted, sir.
Phoenix, you are way too mean to Meekins.
I mean... I feel like he's the definition of an itchy trigger finger.
Meekins did
Yes.
nothing wrong.
He played it by the book. That doesn't mean he didn't commit the murder. Anyway, that's when I reacted, sir. I swung my arms like an octopus.
What does mean that he didn't commit the murder is that the fucking Blue Badger did it.
Yeah, no, I don't think it actually did. I swung my arms like an octopus, struggling to detain him. That's how I got this gash on my hand.
Maybe if you just kept your cool, your hand wouldn't be...
And I saw the blood trickling down my arm. I panicked. I grabbed the man by his collar. I fought for my life. Then I did it. Explain. What exactly do you mean when you say you did it? I know I don't look the type, but I'm really into kung fu films, sir. The man let his guard down for just an instant, so I snatched his knife from him. You took his knife? I spun him around and performed a disarming maneuver. I made sure to close my eyes like a man. I see. He must have been desperate. The next thing I knew, his white coat was drenched in a sea of blood, and then the next thing I knew... Yes? He punched me right in my face, sir! What? Wait a minute, after he got stabbed, he punched Meekins in the face? What? After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake. Alright, About what time did you regain consciousness? No offense, sir, but how am I supposed to know that? I was unconscious. Oh, right. According to the report from the officer that woke up the witness, it was about 5:30. He hit me right in the head too. I woke up crying in tears of pain. That's nice. It's nice that you recovered, that is. When I came around, though, I made sure to finish my mission, sir. Your mission? Yes, sir, the Blue Badger, sir. I returned him to the entrance before things got out of hand, except for the handprint on his face. Well, we can all rest easy now. I believe we now have a fairly accurate picture of what happened. Mike Meekins very clearly committed this murder, therefore Lana Skye is pronounced not guilty.
Meekins did.
Therefore, Lana Skye is... Come on, Judge, make with the hammer already. Why the hell does this guy listen to Von Karma and not me?
Because Von Karma is scarier.
Fine, maybe I should use my intimidating German voice. Should I?
It doesn't look like anyone's redeemed you stupid farfel munchers, so...
Well, then I guess I shouldn't. Fine. Yes, Your Honor. Only one thing remains unclear. Was the man this officer murdered really the victim? He's got a point. Yes, Officer Meekins? With regard to that, sir, take a look at this. It was sent to my Oh, who sent that to your jail cell?
Who do you think?
Uh-huh. Chief Gant delivered it to me just this morning, sir. The Chief? Delivered it? What is that? Hey, it's a VHS tape. Wow, that's old. Dawning,
this game was made in 2001. This case wasn't, but I don't think it was. When was Rise for the Ashes written? It was probably like the mid-2000s.
Dawning, do you know what a VHS tape is?
Yes, it's an old videotape.
Good. So I don't have to explain that to you. Yes, sir. That's absolutely right, sir. A videotape, sir. It contains footage from the security camera in the evidence room. Objection. What? But I specifically asked if there... So did I, by the way. I specifically asked if there was such a tape, and was told it had been mistakenly erased. That's quite a mistake. I just do what I'm told, sir. It's the only thing I'm really good at. Looks like a communication with the police department is as good as ever. Well then, let's have a look. Show us the video of you murdering the victim. Oh, please stop using that word murder, sir. It scares me. A video of a real murder. Just what are we getting ourselves into? Alright, good. It's time for some television. Hey, it's the Blue Badger. Hi, Blue Badger.
Hello, Mr. Murderer.
No, the murderer's not on the screen yet.
Murderer is Blue Badger.
Well, there went Goodman.
Hey, notice anything odd?
Yeah, we can't see his head.
That's not what I meant.
But he got into his locker.
Notice anything odd about, say, the locker?
It's open.
Did you notice anything odd about it before it was open?
It was open before... Wait! That seems to show Goodman killing Meekins, not the other way around.
But Meekins is very clearly alive.
Huh, and Goodman's body is completely gone. And the time is around 5:15. ... Dot, dot, dot. Dot, dot, dot! Well, I believe we're all thinking the same thing. How can we deal with these unsettling feelings stirred within us? What the hell was that wriggling piece of plywood? You dumbass, that's the blue fucking badger! Where the hell have you been? Sir, that's the pride and joy of the entire criminal affairs department, sir. It's the blue badger, sir.
God, I can't believe Edgeworth didn't recognize the murderer.
Why am I not surprised this isn't going smoothly? Security video added to the court record. Alright, let's see. Check. Oh, hey, I can rewatch the whole thing at any time.
You sure can. And you're gonna watch this video a whole heck of a lot.
Okay. So there goes quote-unquote Goodman.
The locker, before it was open.
Wait a minute, the light was on!
Yes, the light was fucking on!
Which means the locker was open. So it wasn't actually him.
Yeah, that thing was never locked.
Interesting. So, again, if it's locked, only Goodman can get in. If it's not locked, then anyone can get in. So that goes back to that wasn't actually Goodman in the room. Well, that makes sense. Wait.
And poof, he gone.
And not only poof, he gone, but poof, that white whatever appears in that locker. So that's Edgeworth. Because note that locker doesn't have the whatever in it. So that officer, whoever's that is, well, first of all, also something fell out of that locker. But second of all, right?
Something fell out of Goodman's, yes.
Yes. Second of all, the locker all the way in the end doesn't have the outfit out, or the shirt sticking out of it, until after this.
After the
yeah.
fight.
Right, because it still doesn't have that either.
Whoever the hell
was wearing that, that's their actual locker at the end.
Is the owner of that locker.
So it's got to be Lost-His-Edgeworth then.
If it happens to be Edgeworth's locker, yes.
It's got to be.
But only if it happens to be Edgeworth's locker.
And then that shirt, yeah, no, that light is on, so the locker wasn't actually locked. Interesting. Yes, well, anyway, this tape seems to prove that the witness did indeed encounter, someone in the evidence room, and some sort of, activity did take place. Your Honor, instead of relying on clearly incomplete footage, the witness's testimony will suffice. Is that all right with you, Officer Meekins? Yes, sir, as you wish, sir. The Mystery Man. His face can't be clearly seen in the video, but there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. I mean, he opened the locker, which required Detective Goodman's fingerprint to do. The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. So it must be him, and no one else could have unlocked it. What's this about a fingerprint? Each detective has been given a locker equipped with a fingerprint-activated lock. I only know about this because I have my own locker in there too, where I'm supposed to be getting evidence that I need to store. These locks ensure that each locker can only be opened by the detective it belongs to. Intriguing. That would mean the victim at the crime scene would have to have been Detective Good. No, it would not have. Very
Yes,
well.
but no one here is this smart.
The defense may begin its cross-examination. I don't know
You
where...
know what you gotta do, I assume.
Yeah, I've got to show the video and point out that the light was on beforehand, which means... And I probably have to do that when he says something to the effect of nobody but Goodman could have...
Literally any statement other than the first one.
Well, fine. Then I will press on all of them until the last one. Because that's the funniest way to do it. If everything begins with contradictions, that's where I have to start.
Or we could start by making Meekins talk extra because it's fun.
Yes. His face can't be clearly seen in the video, but there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. Press. But you don't know that for sure, do you? You've never actually saw Detective Goodman's face.
You do realize that those are two separate statements, right?
What?
But there's no question that that other person was Goodman and his face can't be clearly seen in the video. Those are two statements that can be pressed separately.
Fair enough. Well, I suppose you might say that. That is, if you must label people as having seen or not seen it. Since his face can't be identified in the video, only you can verify it. Exclamation mark! Well, why is everyone looking at me? If I had to label your stares as disturbing or... Meekins? Eek! Having been shown a questionable video at best, we are not in the best of moods. Now, please be more certain when you testify. Yes, sir! You claimed the man who brandished a knife on you was Bruce Goodman. Tell us why you are positive it was him. All right, you're not wrong. I think I missed the first one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tell me, were you able to get a good look at him? The face of the man who attacked you with a knife. Sir, if you must label people as having seen or not seen the man's face, I believe it would have been classified as the latter? The latter? But you were standing right in front of him, were you not? More to the point, you are the person who fought him, aren't you? Oh, yes, sir, but I didn't get a clear look at his face, sir. I'm not the kind of guy who looks directly at people when talking with them, you see. That does strike me as him being meek, yes. Yeah, that's a good trait for a police officer. Still, I'm sure it was him. I'd bet my badge... Well, I guess you're gonna lose your badge. But not your badger.
It is canon that he is a police officer for literal days. So, yeah, that explains a lot.
But there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. And again, I think I already pressed this, but...
Yep.
Yep. You ever actually saw Detective Goodman's face? Well, I suppose you might say that. Welcome back, Lissy. That is, if you must label people as having seen or not seen it. Since his face can't be identified in the video, only you can verify it. Exclamation mark! Well, why is everyone looking at me? If I had to label your stares as disturbing or... Meekins? Eek! Having been shown a questionable video at best, we are not in the best of moods. Now, please be more certain when you testify. Yes, sir! You claimed the man who brandished a knife on you was Bruce Goodman. Yes, we are in fact at the video. Tell us why you are positive it was him. I mean, he opened the locker, which required Detective Goodman's fingerprint to do. Press. About these lockers, is there no other way to open them? No, sir. I myself tried all kinds of methods in the past. They only respond to the registered fingerprint, sir. I wonder what kind of methods he's tried. If the man opened the locker's lock, which only responds to its registered fingerprints, then he must be the person the locker was assigned to. Exactly my point, sir. And this, too. The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. How do you know that information? I've heard rumors, sir, from people in the know, sir. People in the know? The workers in the department cafeteria, sir. They keep me informed. They also listen to my romantic troubles, sir. ... For the
Poor
record.
Meekins. I'm
Yeah.
sure he'll find someone someday.
This drove you and Mudkip's crazy. You spent half an hour. It's a very interesting... Like, I didn't see all the details the first time, but I did see at least a couple of details on my second one. So, again, the first one was that Goodman's locker wasn't actually locked before, quote-unquote, Bruce Goodman showed up and unlocked it. The second was that the locker all the way on the end, which had the white shirt on it that I saw, didn't have it until after the confrontation, when it then had... So those are the two details I'm working with right now. Now, I'm pretty sure that that's Lost-His-Edgeworth's locker. We'll
I
get
have
there when we
no
get there.
idea what your reasoning behind this is.
Well, who the hell else could it have been? Oh, wait a minute. The bloody handprint seems to...
that.
The bloody handprint seems to suggest that it was Jake Marshall's locker, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Then where the hell is Lost-His-Edgeworth's locker? And you know what? It doesn't matter. I'll figure it out. For the record, the open locker did indeed belong to Detective Goodman. I verified this information through a more reliable source. So the victim opened the locker with his own fingerprint. So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it. I believe it is time to present the video. Objection! Regarding the video contained on this tape, there is one thing in particular that seems rather strange. Strange? This contradiction leads to the possibility that the man may not have been Detective Goodman. What? This video contains such a contradiction. Objection. Interesting. Your Honor, I have a proposal. Yes, Mr. Lost-His-Edgeworth? I propose we have the defense point out to us this alleged contradiction in the video. He would want me to point. Of course he would. Very well, proposal accepted. Let us further inspect this piece of evidence. I will now play the security tape. Mr. Wright, please show us this contradiction you speak of. I have to point out a problem in the video. This is the first time I've ever had to do that.
You can do it, Mr. Wright. It's set up so you can fast forward, rewind, or pause the video. Just take a good look, and make sure to point out the right thing.
Unless someone redeems a take that, or a little goblin knows best and Dawning redeems a take that. Please don't play it too many times. I can't stand watching this video. How did this guy ever become a police officer?
You know, I'm not really sure.
Okay, B is pause. So, how about we pause here, and I point to Disson. The thing that's strange about this video has got to be this. Officer Meekins. Sir, do you mean me, sir? As I understand it, the locker apparatus works... Why is the Blue Badgers theme playing now?
Blue Badger, Blue Badger, Blue Badger, the Blue Badger fucking did it!
No, he didn't. Anyway, as I understand it, the locker apparatus works like this.
Okay, fine. Maybe the Blue Badger didn't do it, but it would have been a much funnier twist than anything else.
It kind of would have. But anyway, when you grab the handle, a sensor reads your fingerprint. If it's a match, the light turns on and the lock is released. According to my very limited experience, that's the way I understand it, sir. If so, then something is seriously wrong with this picture. Well, this video, technically, but sure. Yeah, no. so-called Goodman doesn't actually show up until later, but the light's already on. The light's on and nobody's home. When the victim reaches for the handle to open the locker, let's rewind to a little earlier. We see the Blue Badger going in. Here, notice the light? What's this? It's already lit. Precisely my point, Your Honor. The locker was already open before the victim grabbed the handle. Ah! Order! Order! What's the meaning of this? It's very simple, Your Honor. The locker wasn't locked on the day of the crime, or at least not at that particular moment. Objection! But the locker locks are controlled by an electronic system. When a door is shut, a sensor is triggered, and the locker is automatically locked. Oh, I know! It must have broken down. Of course, I'm not an expert in this. That's not likely, Your Honor. The sensor would detect and report any malfunction. Oh, well, it just goes to show novices should keep their mouths shut. So then, Mr. Wright, do you have an explanation? Me, Your Honor? Yes, why wasn't the locker locked? Me, Your Honor. ... Yes, well, you see, this isn't exactly my field. What do you think, Ms. Scientific Investigator?
Huh. Oh. Something like jammed the electronic system?
Something jammed the sensor. Say, peanut butter? There's something else that seems out of place in this video. Is there? I hadn't noticed. I really hadn't noticed.
Yeah, I thought so too. There's got to be another clue somewhere in the footage. Funnily enough, this Bing point is the only one I noticed for several watches of the video on my playthrough.
Really? Because it's the one thing
Yeah.
I'm not noticing. Oh, duh! It's the thing that frickin' fell out of the frickin' locker!
Yes!
Which I did notice.
That caught my attention immediately.
Yeah, no, I did notice it, but thinking about it, yeah, no, that's what was blocking the sensor. Okay. Yeah, no. Okay.
It catches my attention immediately
No.
because it is unexpected movement.
Right, no. So I did see that, but now that I mention it, or now that you mention it, and we get to this, yeah, no, that explains what that is. Okay. Very well, let's inspect the video once more. The locker wasn't locked, Mr. Wright. Please point out the cause for this. It was the Blue Badger, sir! The Blue Badger did it!
We know!
Alright. Listen. Please watch closely. This is the continuation of the part I showed you earlier. There he goes. Quote-unquote, Bruce Goodman. What's this? Something white fell out of the locker. But, sir, it's been my experience that things fall out when doors are opened. I often fall out and roll great distances when I open my car doors. Objection! We can't be sure That item was completely inside the locker to begin with. What do you mean? The sensor triggers the lock when the door is shut. What if something was inserted, say, between the sensor and the door? Inserted? That would make sense. Because you literally opened it and immediately it fell. This white thing wasn't inside the locker. It was stuck between the door and the sensor. Oh, I understand now, sir. It's just like my tie. 2 out of 3 times it gets stuck in the door when I get out of my patrol vehicle, sir. Instead of the door closing, my tie chokes me. That object would have to be extremely thin to fit in the door. Yeah, it's a fucking piece of paper. Not only that, it would also have to block electrical currents. It would need to be an insulator. Ooh,
Which is
true.
to say, it was not a fucking piece of paper.
You don't know that. Does paper conduct electricity, Dawning?
Google. Does paper block electrical current?
Yes, an insulator, but at the crime scene, there just might have been something that fits the description. Was there? But sir, by insulator, you don't mean... I think I finally got this figured out. Do I? Very well. Will the defense please present the relevant evidence? That didn't look like a glove. That does not
like the
look...
glove.
Hmm?
It looked exactly like the glove. I don't know what you're talking about.
That did not look like a glove. That looked like a piece of paper.
No. No. No, it looks like a freaking glove.
Oh yeah, it does look like a glove. Well now, that actually makes a lot more sense. I missed the fingers. Very well. What was this insulator that was stuck in the locked door? It was the Blue Badger! No, obviously it was in fact the glove.
The Blue Badger is the one who stabbed him.
I found this near the locker. A thin rubber glove. Headphones are dying, so leave a bit to keep saying battery low until I charge them. That sucks, Lissy. I'll keep going for another little while longer. But we can't be sure that was in the victim's locker. Yes, we can. Has a tag that says SL9 incident. Exclamation mark. The video seems to depict the victim opening the locker. But that isn't the case. The lit lamp attests to this. On the day of the crime, even I could have opened that locker, which means that it was I, Phoenix Wright, who broke into the evidence room. Wait, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that last part. It wasn't me. Is that not so, Officer Meekins? Sir! It would appear so, sir. Order, order, order! So are we to believe, then, that the quote-unquote victim, whom this witness stabbed in the evidence room, was not Detective Goodman? Objection! Do not be misled, Your Honor. What do you mean, Mr. Lost-His-Edgeworth? The defense has merely demonstrated that possibility and nothing more. The quote-unquote victim in the video was indeed Bruce Goodman. The prosecution will offer one more testimony to prove this. What? Officer Meekins, please testify about this. Sir, me, sir? I'm not sure what you're referring to, sir. ... Oh, you mean that, sir? Of course, sir. Is this a joke? Yes, it very much is. Very well, begin your testimony. The Mystery Man, Part 2. There's one other thing that proves the man was Detective Goodman, sir. To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card. When an ID card is used, there's a record of it, which I happen to have, yes. At the time of the crime, the detective had used his card. Yeah, I figured they were going here. An ID card record, I see. I have the ID card record right here, Your Honor. This foolish fool, right, literally provided this to me. Yep. The ID used at 5:14 p.m. is that of the victim. Now, this is where I start getting into the bullshit that is the fact that he lost his ID, right? So that's what the lost items form proves, plus the fact that he was in the trunk of Lost-His-Edgeworth's car at 5:12. There's no way he could have been here at that time. Because it was conclusively his body found in Lost-His-Edgeworth's trunk. Anyway, just before the crime, yes, without a doubt, this is the victim's ID. However, one thing does strike me as unusual. Only one, Your Honor. Several hundred cases should have been due for transferal. Why were there so few people using this room? This particular evidence room is only used for storing certain special cases. Special cases? Extremely violent cases involving... Wait, then why the hell...
Well, obviously it means the police staff was somehow involved in SL9.
No, that's not what I'm asking. How the hell was a police staff involved in the murder of Mia Fey?
Let's see. Maybe April May was secretly an undercover police.
No, it's because Red White had compromised the judge and the prosecution and everyone. Right, so technically they were all his accomplices. So, okay, it makes sense that was there. Extremely violent cases, but the SL9 I haven't figured out. Then I'm guessing one of the victims ended up being an investigating detective. Presumably the fourth individual in that picture. Or not in that. In
was
that.
he a detective?
I don't know.
Remember.
All I know is that when Angel Star was describing that case, I saw her, Goodman, Jake Marshall, and one other guy when she was saying something about the detectives involved in that case. I'm assuming the fourth guy was a detective.
That guy was a detective.
I'm assuming he was.
I remember a lot of relevant stuff about that guy, but not his occupation.
Well, whichever, but I mean, I'm guessing he was, because this is an extremely violent case involving police staff. Whoever the fuck that guy was, I'm assuming he doesn't exist anymore. So I'm guessing he's dead and was moited by whoever the hell did the SL9. Anyway, your line.
Oh, is it? Just hearing that makes my hair stand on end.
Me too, although it doesn't make much of a difference because my hair is spiky already. There were only a few cases up for transferal there, and most were cleared up by noon. Right, I see. Now, let us move on to the cross-examination. What must I do here?
I couldn't possibly begin to speculate.
Because you already know. I know why you couldn't possibly begin to speculate, because you already know what I have to do here. I'm not going to show...
Yeah, I have done this.
Yeah, I know.
That's not untrue.
The video is not going to be what saves me here. Because the video doesn't show the guy actually coming into the room. What saves my ass here, I'm sure... Right? It might be the parking stub. And,
Stop.
or...
Parking stub.
Because the parking stub proves that Lost-His-Edgeworth was at the prosecution's office at 5:12 p.m. with Goodman's body.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that does.
Ergo, at 5:14, it could not have been Goodman. Now, I might be thinking 5 steps ahead. It's probably Goodman's lost item report. And the reason, by the way, that it's only partially completed is because look at the ID, right? He couldn't complete his ID number because he didn't have his badge. Or his ID. Anyway, I'll deal with that when I actually deal with it. There's one other thing that proves the man was Detective Goodman, sir. Press. So, unlike your earlier testimony, you believe this to be rock solid, do you? Yes, sir. Solid as a stone, sir. If my hand wasn't wrapped in this bandage, I'd even give it the V for victory signal. You could technically do that with your other hand, dummy. See? See? Emma says exactly what I just said, right, Dawning?
You could do that with your other hand. I think I'm looking in the wrong spot somehow.
Let's hear him out fully. As we've seen, one never knows what he might say until the very last second. That's very true. To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card. Press.
Oh, you were pressing.
Yes.
That's why I was looking in the wrong spot.
What, was I supposed to have
I
presented?
didn't zone out at all. I zoned out slightly.
Ah. Is that card hanging from your neck?
Where I thought you would be, which is not where you were.
You thought I was going to present something?
Yeah.
Not yet. Not on the first statement. Is that card...
Okay, that's true.
Yeah, is that card hanging from your neck one of these ID cards? Yes, sir. This card right next to my cuffs, sir. I keep it here so I won't ever forget it. So, ironically, he probably loses his ID less than the likes of Gumshoe or Goodman.
I mean, to be fair, it's hard to estimate his ID card losses per year.
Doesn't matter. He
was not a police officer for a full year.
He probably still never lost his ID. Regardless.
Probably, actually.
But what if someone were to steal it from you, keeping it out in the open like that? Dot dot dot! Maybe I shouldn't wear it around my neck. Remember when I said 2 out of 3 times my tie gets stuck when I get out of my car? Well, the 3rd time it's my ID card that gets stuck. Instead of the door closing, my ID card chokes me. Yep. Maybe I should just leave this one alone. At any rate, each police officer has only one ID card, except for Gumshoe, who has like 4 of them at this point, because we don't know what happened to the first 3. Both the police department and the prosecutor's office can attest to
Gumshoe only has 3, or only has 1. It's just he's had 3 others at
well, that's the problem.
But never more than 1 at once.
What he's trying to say though is there should only be one of those cards. What he's failing to note is that if an officer loses their card, a new one has to get made. So now there's technically 3 unaccounted for Gumshoe cards out there somewhere. Anyway, both the police department and the prosecutor's office can attest to this. Please proceed with your testimony. When an ID card is used, there's a record of it. Now, I'm not sure where to present here. It's not this one. Like, it might be... I mean, I'm just going to keep pressing until the last statement anyway. Let it be noted in the... Let it be noted that this is the record the witness referred to. Let me see. Yes, that would be it. Detective Goodman... Question mark. What's the matter? According to this... Mr. Lost-His-Edgeworth, your... Aha! Here we go. Mr. Lost-His-Edgeworth, your name is on here. It bows like an... So it is, Your Honor. Not that prosecutor again. Hey, maybe he's... See? Mommy, is the man in blue prosecutor... Shh, don't stare at him. You've got the wrong color, kid.
Blue a murderer.
Yeah, it's the guy in blue. No, it's the guy in red. It would seem...
Nope, the man in blue killed Mia Fey.
No, the man at blue court did. The inquiry committee will want to speak with you again today, you dummy. I have nothing to be ashamed of regarding my actions or their consequences. Like I said, I have a code. I must find the defendants guilty, no matter what the cost. For now, let us continue with the cross-examination and completely ignore or gloss over the fact that I could have been the murderer. Because that is just an inconvenient fact that we don't want to... that is beneath your contempt, Your Honor.
Poor Mr. Edgeworth. It must be so difficult for him.
What's difficult for him? He literally gets away with fucking murder.
He literally does no such thing.
At the time of the crime, the detective had used his card. Okay. I believe this is where I need to present the lost item thing. You're going, which to me indicates that I shouldn't. I mean, worst comes to worst, if I press and that's not what I need to do, it'll just cycle through. So you know what? I'll press. Earlier, I believe you testified that when you asked the man to show his ID card, he pulled a knife on you. Yes, sir! He didn't show me any ID card, sir. Don't you think that's odd? I mean, if he had his ID card, all he had to do is show it to you. There wouldn't be any reason to draw a knife, especially since it would take time to take out that pencil and paper and actually doodle the knife. Dot. Maybe he just panicked? Everything stems from contradictions. Let's point them out.
Mr. Wright, what do you think?
I'm confused.
What?
The problem with his ID card testimony is far too obvious. It's not like Lost-His-Edgeworth to miss something like this.
You're thinking too hard about it. Come on, let's show them what we've got.
Which has to be the lost item thing, right?
If you want it to be.
We're gonna start all over again. Da. Or it's the fact that I have his ID card.
If you want it to be.
No, it's gotta be the knife.
If you want it to be.
Come on. It's Lana's cell phone. No, it's the lost item memo. I'm pretty sure that it is.
If you want it to be Lana's cell phone, it can be Lana's cell phone.
Wait one moment, Officer Meekins. I'm not good at waiting, sir. I have the victim's ID card right here. I found it at the crime scene. That makes sense. When I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room at the police department. I mean the other crime scene. The underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. ... Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present. It's a very important clue regarding the victim's ID card. A lost item report? It's only half completed. But it shows that Detective Goodman had lost something on the day of the crime. Something important enough to fill out this report. Let me guess. You believe this something to be his ID card, right? I can't say for sure, but there is a high probability because he was not able to complete his ID number. On the day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his card. Order! Order! So now, what does this all mean? It can only mean one thing. It doesn't even require much thought, which is good, because Phoenix Wright can't think, and when I think, smoke comes out my ears. The man...
however, can think. And
Okay.
I think you just made your situation really terrible.
I probably did, yes. Because...
Absolutely horrid.
No, you're not wrong. I've basically shown that Meekins couldn't have killed Goodman, which means it's back on Lana Skye because I'm a fucking moron. This is why I told you I didn't need any more information. Once again, I was right, and Phoenix is wrong. This is why he's Phoenix wrong.
That is the title of the series.
Yes. The man Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but rather the man who stole his ID card. Phoenix, you fucking moron. Yeah, the reason that Lost-His-Edgeworth seemed to ignore this is because it was a trap to put Lana Skye back in the hot seat.
And you walked right into it.
Fuck's sake, Phoenix, you're an idiot. Does the prosecution have a response? ... I have only one thing to say to the defense. Are you really this stupid?
Yes. Yes, Phoenix is.
Bravo, Mr. Wright. Bravo. Allow me to summarize the defense's argument. At 5:15 p.m. on the day of the crime, the man in the evidence room Officer Meekins encountered was not Detective Goodman. There are two grounds to support this. First, the locker in the evidence room was already unlocked. Second, the victim lost his ID card. Am I correct so far, Mr. Wright? Yes. What's he up to? That being the case, we must inevitably arrive at a single conclusion. If the victim in this video is a fake, then the murder in the evidence room is also a fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the instant of the murder. You idiot. That is, well, I guess that's right. Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Only moments ago...
you! Or me, I suppose.
Yeah. Only moments ago, you seemed content to be pointing your finger around. This isn't going to end... No shit, you fucking moron! I told you We didn't need to cross-examine Meekins. We didn't need any more information. Because now, you've gone from it being Heisenberg's uncertainty murderer to basically saying this one scene was completely fake and putting it right back on the person you're supposed to be defending. Good job, you fucking idiot. Well, it seems you finally realized exactly what you've gone to such lengths to prove. Explain yourself, Mr. Lost-His-Edgeworth. The defense has already done the explaining for me. The victim in this video is a fake, which means the murderer did not take place at the police department at 5:15 on the day of the crime. So the real crime could only take place at one... No.
Yes.
No. It didn't take place at 5:15 in the police evidence room. That doesn't automatically mean that it took place in the underground parking lot. It might have taken place... right, at 5:15. It might have taken place earlier in the evidence room. Like, say...
At 5:15.
Not at 5:15.
No, at 5:15 a.m., genius.
No. Like, say, somewhere around 4:40 p.m., you colossal jackass. Am I wrong?
Yes.
No, I really don't think so. Because, you see, at 4:40 p.m., Kilometers Lost-His-Edgeworth was in the room, and he done a murder. But within 10 minutes of that, everything was all cleaned up and the body was stashed in his car. At the prosecutor's office, the murderer being Ms. Lana Skye, the defendant. The evidence is compelling. A trustworthy witness observed the moment the defendant... A trustworthy witness, my ass! She perjured herself how many fucking times?
But consider, she's pretty.
So was April May, or at least she was supposed to be. So was D. Vasquez, again, or was supposed to be.
I'm noting you're not making the claim that they were actually pretty, while you will make that claim about Angel Star.
She is!
Yes.
I mean, she's
but
no
I'm noting
redhead.
that is a significant difference.
Well, to be fair, D. Vasquez did a murder, and April May was a accomplice to a murder. Regardless, you're not a trustworthy witness if you perjure yourself on the stand numerous times. I will point out, by the way, Meekins never actually perjured himself.
No, he was just wrong.
Correct, which he had no way of knowing.
And by wrong, I mean incorrect. Not that he did something wrong.
You're right. No, I got it.
Wrong.
Anyway. You moron. Phoenix is not bright. I knew that testimony was way too shabby. It was all a trap from the beginning. The activity in the evidence room still leaves many questions unanswered. Specifically, what the fuck were you doing in there at 4:40?
Getting the screwdriver.
Uh-huh. And stabbing Goodman with it.
That screwdriver doesn't look like a very good stabbing weapon.
Have you ever tried to kill someone with a screwdriver?
No? Have you?
I plead the fifth.
You're not supposed to be having alcohol right now.
I've had a hard day.
Uh-huh. And would you like to have a worse day tomorrow with the alcohol interfering with your medication?
If I keep it in moderation, it won't. So, okay, fine. Maybe I'll plead a 10th instead of a 5th. Anyway, who exactly...
Better, maybe.
Who exactly was the victim that Officer Meekins encountered? And where did this person disappear to? However, this trial's purpose is to examine only the murder of Detective Goodman. Jackass. Just so, Your Honor.
Mr. Wright, you have to do something or else, Lana.
I'm going to object. One moment, Your Honor. What now, Mr. Wright? Don't tell me you're objecting to what you've just proven. Of course not, but I almost walked right into the prosecution's trap. What are you talking about? This cross-examination has proven one thing and one thing only. The security video did not show the actual murder. Right. We've seen this before.
And you will see it again, probably.
Oh yes,
I can't
unquestionably.
remember. All I remember is that I watched it a lot.
Oh yes. However, it cannot be said that it is unrelated to the murder in the parking lot. Specifically, large amounts of blood traces were found in the evidence room. ... The defense demands further examination into the truth of this matter. ... Mr. Lost-His-Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. If this court were to examine this further, other witnesses will be necessary. Is the prosecution prepared? I'm sorry, Your Honor. The prosecution considered the incident at the police department to be unrelated. We have not prepared any other witnesses for this incident. This just might be my chance. Time to call a certain Texas Ranger to the stand.
Mr. Wright, do you mean?
Your Honor, the defense would like to request a specific witness. Oh, whom do you have in mind? Someone we have reason to believe knows the truth. The truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room. The prosecution requests to hear this person's name before deciding whether or not to comply. You don't get a fucking choice. I can call whoever the hell I want as a witness. I can call your mother as a witness. Oh, wait, I can't call your mother as a witness.
No, you can't, because we have no idea who or where his mother is, if she is alive.
If she's dead, I still
we don't have a spirit channeler to channel.
I still have a Mia Fey somewhere.
What?
I still have a Mia Fey somewhere.
She's not here, nor readily available for the trial, and also spirit channeling rules require her to know who the dead person's face and name, which she would not.
These seem like bullshit rules.
The name could be easily provided, but...
Fine, you know what? I'll call your goddamn father as a witness, and he'll be very ashamed of you. And I know he's dead.
If you could get Maya on hand, that would be possible, but...
Very well then, Mr. Wright. This person whom you would have testify, what is his or her name? It's Damon Gant, the Texas Ranger. Mike Meekins, literally the guy currently on the stand.
To be fair, I think Damon Gant does have higher odds of having actually been to Texas.
Probably. I want Bruce Goodman to testify.
know that would simplify things a lot.
It would. Hey, bud, who killed you? Not Gumshoe, not Sky.
It was the Blue Badger.
I would love for Angel Star to testify again. I'd love to keep cross-examining her. Or maybe just
But
examine.
unfortunately, I'm not sure she would know much about the incident at the police department.
Yeah, no, it's gotta be Jake Marshall. Officer Jake Marshall. But why him? Can't let Lost-His-Edgeworth know everything just yet. He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel we should hear what he has to say. See, that makes perfect sense. The prosecution agrees to the defense's request. Since he was responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Fortunately, he works in the police department. We shouldn't need longer than 20 minutes to prepare. I'm guessing this is where we end for the day.
No!
By the day, I mean like
day.
we're about to come across a to be continued.
Oh, yeah, there is a to be continued at the end of the recess.
Very well. The court will take a 30-minute recess while the witness is subpoenaed. Will the prosecution please prepare the witness during this time? I wonder if he learned how to do this from Von Karma, aka spending his 30 minutes just shouting to the guy intimidatingly in German.
That didn't work very well for Von Karma.
To be fair, it worked for...
Larry as a witness has never worked well for anyone.
I was going to say, it worked well enough for Von Karma for 40 years. Then he met Larry Butts. Anyway, well, the prosecution...
Larry Butts is a witness who can completely destroy the prosecution's case on complete accident.
Yes. Which is good for me.
And he will do so repeatedly.
Yes. Which, again, it makes me wonder why I'm not allowed to call witnesses. Because Larry was very much a witness for me last time. Like, not all witnesses have to be prosecution witnesses. But whatever. We will, Your Honor. Court is now in recess. Huzzah! She does not look happy with me, and I really can't blame her. ...
There's no stopping you, is there, Mr. Wright?
Huh? What do you mean?
You called for Jake Marshall. It seems you figured everything out.
I haven't figured out jack shit. Which is not actually his line, but...
Lana, you're the one who knows everything. Emma, you always know everything. Why don't you just tell us where... Mr. Wright is trying his hardest to protect you.
No, I literally fucking tanked everything. Although, I shouldn't say I did. Phoenix did, because Phoenix is an idiot. I was more than willing to leave Meekins as a patsy. Because again, the only person I give a fuck about is Lana Skye. Not just because she's pretty. I will point out that I care because she is my client. And then because she's pretty. Anyway.
I don't recall ever asking for his protection.
Technically true.
How can you be so cold? Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me? ...
Hey, hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. ... Oh, yes I am. I'll, come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run all around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals.
Sorry, Detective.
You better be, pal. Hey! I didn't see you there, Chief Prosecutor Skye.
That's okay. So, have you brought what I asked?
Uh-oh. Oh, ho, ho, ho! Oh, ho, 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 ho! Oh, ho, 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 ho! You mean this, right?
My apologies, Detective. Due to my present circumstances, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when making the request.
My name? Never in a million years would I have thought it was you who asked me. Could I bother you to bring me the SL9 incident files? I'll need them by noon. Talk about crazy. The SL9 incident?
But, Lana, that's... I thought Mr. Wright might need them, so I had them brought here. Here, you might do well to read them.
Reading? Oh no. The last time I tried to read something, it hurt my head, and then it hurt my foot. I can't believe you, the chief prosecutor, were a witness in that case. Really? Ms. Sky was a witness. Well, that's new information. SL9 files received from Lana Sky. Take it from me, you don't want anything to do with serial moitas. ... Oh, what? Now that I brought you your stuff, you're just gonna ignore me? Emma? But why? Why is your name in here?
My name's in there, I don't know. Unless... Oh, it couldn't be. Lana, this SL9 incident, is that... That's the classification the police filed it under 2 years ago. The rest of the world knew it as the Joe Dark killings.
Oh, good. With a name like that, I'm sure he was the guilty party.
The Joe Dark? No, Lana, that's over with. No.
Did she? Oh, I thought she fainted, but Emma, wait! She ran away. You know what? I just remembered I gotta be somewhere. Sorry, pal, but I'm out of here. Jake Marshall, Angel Star, Damon Gant, Kilometers Lost-His-Edgeworth. Not to mention Lana and Emma. Well, before I adjourn, let me actually take a look at this new evidence, shall I? I would be remiss if I didn't. So let's check. Hang on. So this is files for the Joe Dark killings solved 2 years ago. Alright, check. Incident number SL-9. Closed. Perpetrator Joe Dark. Crime a serial moida. Sentence death. Okay?
You're not gonna read the other 3 pages?
Of course I am. Victims: Edward Jones, Jason Knight, Edith Kirby, Rachel Moss, Jeb Bates, Neil Marshall. Oh. Oh, I see. Well, I figured out why this is in the special place for the police killings, or incidents where policemen were involved, because I'm sure Neil Marshall... Yeah, no, Jake Marshall was particularly gung-ho about solving this one, even though that technically would have been conflict of interest. Neil Marshall was probably his sibling, so I see why this was in that special evidence room. Interesting. Okay. Trial data, head prosecutor, Kilometers Lost-His-Edgeworth, witnesses, Lana Sky and Emma Sky. Uh-huh. Investimigation Task Force. Executive investigators, Damon Gant, Lana Sky. She was an executive so Damon Gant was the deputy head of police at the time. What was Lana Sky's occupation? Because you told me she wasn't chief prosecutor at the time.
All I can tell you is that she was not chief prosecutor, yeah.
No. Head So what? Why the hell do you have executive investigators and then a head investigator? Like, Bruce Goodman was apparently not the head investigator if there were executive investigators. I don't understand this. Oh, never mind. Right, it is like I said. Damon Gant was there mostly in a supervisorial capacity because you wanted to make it look like the police department was taking this seriously. So I still don't, maybe Lana Skye was deputy chief prosecutor at the time. And then this may have been the case that propelled both of them to their head status.
I don't know if there is a deputy chief prosecutor position.
It was probably Von Karma. Well, after Lana Skye became head prosecutor. Anyway, head investigator was Bruce Goodman, so he was probably the one who actually coordinated the efforts and ran the ground game. And then investigators Jake Marshall and Angel. So yeah, the executives were just supervisors. The actual head investigator was the one doing the groundwork and leading the groundwork. Okay.
And
for
then
files,
Jake Marshall and Angel Star were there too.
Yeah, well, they were the ones helping because again, it's a serial, whatever. So there were probably multiple. Well, there were multiple crime scenes. So,
yes.
Considering the fact that these files look so huge, the fact that there's only 4 really small pages shows that the picture and the actual evidence really don't match up. But anyway, not to mention Lana and Emma, everyone involved in this case is connected to those killings 2 years ago. This can't be just a coincidence. Lana has a line.
Knowing you just might be able to figure it out. Time to get back to the trial, Mr. Wright. Best of luck.
I better take a good look. I already did. Huzzah! To be continued.
Okay, so the Blue Badger did it. That's what we learned today, right?
No. What we learned today, beyond a shadow of a doubt, is that Kilometers Lost-His-Edgeworth did it.
I'm pretty sure it was the Blue Badger.
You don't see the Blue Badger's ID number entering that room.
Yeah, but we know he went in and out of the room escorted by Mike Meekins. Who knows what he did while he was in there?
Stood there and danced.
Yeah.
The Blue Badger
committing murder.
No, the Blue Badger is innocent.
No, he's not.
The Blue Badger is innocent.
The Blue Badger did the murder.
Bullshit. See, you said earlier that you were going to try to screw with me by saying something that was a blatant lie about the series, that I wouldn't believe you.
No, right? I was going to say things so absurd that are true, and then eventually throw in something of a similar level of absurdity.
Yeah, this is a similar level of absurdity, right? So Superman being
Is it really a similar level of absurdity to Superman is there?
Yes, because there was no fucking reason for Superman to be there.
He was.
Yeah, he was. I still haven't figured out why he was there. Nobody knows.
I don't even know why he was there.
No, the people who wrote this don't even know. They just wanted to have the fucking cameo for the sake of having the cameo. I think our stupid logic of him wanting to steal the screwdriver back from Lost-His-Edgeworth is probably the best, and that's never actually even remotely alluded to at all. In point of fact, AI, whatever the frick that case number is, being the case where Mia Fey got murdered, is never actually said either. You have to connect very specific dots that only a stupid like me would connect.
Anyway, Superman wanted to steal the screwdriver back.
Yes.
This is canon. Trust me.
I mean, sure. Just about anything can be canon in my universe, including shoving a bullet in some guy's shoulder and then not noticing. Anyway, I do believe that is going to do it for me today. I do appreciate you keeping me company today, Dawning. I wasn't 100% sure if I wanted to stream or not, but I think it was the smart thing for me to do. It helped me calm down
Did
a
you have a
bit.
good time?
I did, in fact, have a good time.
Excellent.
I'm a lot more relaxed now, and I will deal with my car situation as more shit continues to develop. Hopefully, it's still in front of my
Hopefully,
house
no more
tomorrow.
people breaking into it.
Well, hopefully, it's still in front of my house tomorrow.
Yes,
Because,
that would also be ideal. Though I'm not sure it can be driven at the moment, so it would be difficult to steal.
well, it can't be turned on in the standard way if you actually could figure out how to. Never mind, I'm not going to say that. But anyway, I will be back here on Wednesday evening for more Tears of the Kingdom, starting at 7:30 p.m. United States Central Time. If you only saw part of this VOD or part of this stream, you can always check out my YouTube channel where I have all of the footage from these streams and Breath of the Wild and my Tears of the Kingdom streams posted after every stream. If you're seeing this on my YouTube channel, you can check out my Twitch channel. That is not how you spell Twitch. Over here, I go live generally Monday evenings at 8:30 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time, and also Wednesday evenings, 8:30 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time. Mondays are Ace Attorney, Wednesdays are Tears of the Kingdom. You can also find myself and Dawning Winds over on the Bulba Garden Twitch channel there. I am technically supposed to be streaming Sunday evenings with Pokemon Moon. Dawning Wind streams Saturday evenings with Pokemon Art. I was having some
Legend
laptop.
has it I'm very good at this Pokemon art, though I am not sure who I am citing as a source for this.
I will be quoted as a source for that.
Okay, I'm citing Emmy as a source for me being good at art.
You are. I may not like what every single piece of art that you make, considering some of it is, well, considering what some of it depicts. I never deny that it is good artwork.
Alright. I am officially citing you as the source. Very good.
I accept this. Anyway, yeah, so Dawning does Pokemon art on Saturday evenings. Let's see. Dragon Otaku was here earlier. Although I really should stop mentioning this because I don't think she's gone live in a while, but if she does, that is her Twitch channel. I believe Caps Fan goes live multiple times a week.
Caps Fan is live right now.
Oh, really? I can raid him then, which I will do afterwards. You can check him out over there and stick around for the raid. Odd for him to be raided or awake at this hour, but oh well. Anyway, he also
it's like 1
streams.
a.m. for him.
He also streams on the Bulba Garden Twitch channel multiple times a week. That will, of course, do it for me for today, though, so stick around for the raid, and as always, I am Maniacal Engineer, and I'm never going to give you up, never going to let you down. Thank you all for watching, and God bless this mess.
Good night.